This year, we are leveraging our knowledge not only to safeguard our legacy,
but to engage beyond the confines of our lecture halls,
to empower the community and help build a just society,
to raise the bar of outstanding leadership.
We are only reaching more and more towards excellence.
We are the 𝗙𝗎𝗙𝗢𝗙𝗢 Society, and we are
elevating excellence. This year, we are leveraging our knowledge not only to safeguard our legacy,
but to engage beyond the confines of our lecture halls,
to empower the community and help build a just society,
to raise the bar of outstanding leadership.
We are only reaching more and more towards excellence.
We are the 𝗙𝗎𝗙𝗢𝗙𝗢 Society, and we are
elevating excellence.
Already won.
A pleasant day to all. Kindly settle down for the program is about to begin. Just a few reminders for the event. Evaluation forms will be provided at the end of the program. We highly encourage everybody to fill out the evaluation forms that will be provided to receive your certificate of participation. No evaluation, no certificate. Please keep your microphones muted to avoid distracting the speakers and other participants. If your internet connection allows, we highly encourage all participants to have their cameras open and utilize the Zoom background for this event.
Please be informed that the participants are required to wear appropriate attire that abides by the university's dress code. Participants are also highly encouraged to participate and ask questions during the open forum segment. Thank you.
For those who just entered the Zoom meeting, kindly change your display names in the meeting. For legal management and other UST program participants, change it into your section, followed by your first name and last name. For other colleges and universities, change it into the name of your school, followed by your first name and last name. Thank you very much.
We would like to acknowledge our dear participants for this event.
Future Avocados. The Law School Forum 2022 is in collaboration with Bicol University Political Science Club, Carolinian Political Science Society, CLSU Psychology Student Council, DHVSU 𝗙𝗙𝗧𝗨𝗥𝗡, the Honorian Junior Law Circle, FSUU Political Science and Economic Society, Junior Philippine Institute of Accountants and Auditors United, Junior Political Economists Guild, PUP, Legal Management Institute of Ateneo de Naga Students, Letran Legal Management Society, PLMUN Political Science Society, Psychology Society of Emilio Aguinaldo College, Manila, Political Science Parliament, the Polytechnic University of the Philippines Pre-Law Society, UST Makati Circle, and WMSU Political Science Society. In partnership with FCU Polites, LPU Lex, UE Political Science Society, UST Asian Studies Society, and UST Behavioral Science Society. Special thanks to FEU Political Science Society, Junior Beden Law Circle, Alabang, Juris Orbis, Pragmaticus, and SLU Political Science Academic Society. Sponsored by Central Books. Future Avocados. The Law School for
Before we proceed for today's program, let us allow the presence of the Lord to grace us. With the opening prayer, prepared by 𝗙𝗙𝗢𝗙𝗧𝗨𝗥𝗑 from Viva Voce.
Oh my, that the Lord of all the earth would care to know my name, would care to feel my hurt. Oh my, that the bright and morning star would choose to light the way of my ever-wandering heart. Not because of who I am, but because of what you've done. Not because of what I've done, but because of who you are. I am a flower quickly fading, here today and gone tomorrow. A wave tossed in the ocean, a vapor in the wind. Still you hear me when I'm calling. Lord, you catch me when I'm falling, and you've told me who I am. I'm yours, I'm yours. Whom shall I fear, whom shall I fear? For I am yours.
Kindly settle down for the singing of the Philippine National Anthem.
future avocados. Fresh pa ba kayo? Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to our participants, guest speakers, and of course, to our future avocados. I am Luis Rodrigo, ang fresh like avocado na pangarap maging abogado ng UST Legal Management Society.
And I am 𝗙𝗙𝗢𝗙𝗢𝗢, ang social butterfly cutie ng UST Legal Management Society. And we are your hosts for today's event. It is our great pleasure to welcome you all here this afternoon to the Future Avocados Law School Forum 2022.
Grabe, Ika. I'm so excited to start this event na talaga and meet our speakers from different universities in the Philippines.
I agree, Luis. Grabe yung excitement level ko to the highest level. Kaya naman, to officially start our program, let us watch the video prepared by one of the famous groups of avocados in the Philippines. These avocados are a group of women who are authentic and who express their perspectives, feelings, and life experiences in a manner that is relatable to others. Some may picture lawyers as someone who are serious, rigid, and possibly intimidating. But these three attorneys opt to challenge the stereotypes and use humor to expose a superficial society. Kaya naman, Luis, sino kaya tong mga abogados na to?
Ay, Ika, for sure, our future avocados are getting curious. They are living examples of the fact that lawyers may not only be highly skilled and courageous, but also humorous and relatable. Ladies and gentlemen, just sit back, relax, and learn from the opening remarks prepared by Attorney 𝗙𝗙𝗢𝗙𝗢𝗙𝗙, Attorney 𝗙𝗙𝗢𝗙𝗢𝗙𝗢𝗙 and Attorney 𝗙𝗢𝗢𝗙𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗙 de la Cruz from TSN or the Social Network. Have a good watch, everyone!
Hello to the UST Legal Management Society. We are the lawyers from the Social Network. I'm Vivian.
I'm 𝗙𝗙𝗢𝗙𝗢𝗙.
Camille. And we're here.
We're here
in our neighborhood. Yeah. It's not really our neighborhood, it's her neighborhood.
It's the park.
Hello sa mga Tomasyan. Yes.
Hello.
Thank you for inviting us to give a message to you.
Although for the life of us, we do not understand why you invited us. But thank you nonetheless. It is such an honor to be with you today, albeit virtually. We were asked to talk about
The role of lawyers in nation building.
ayun pala. Ayun pala. The role of lawyers in nation building.
So being the nation builder. Okay.
It's really a nation builder.
Parang dati security guard ako.
What can you say about nation building?
Feeling ko ang beauty queen ng mga answers ko. But I think it's important for people to understand, especially aspiring lawyers or aspiring law students too. A lawyer's job does not end with advocating for their clients. The things that you see on TV, people going to courtrooms or doing pleadings for their clients, it's so much more than that. You have to study several years of law school. Not just that, your pre-law as well, just so you can advocate for people's rights. For us here in the Philippines, you are all stalwarts and guardians of the Constitution. Most of all, you're also expected to be leaders in your field, in your respective fields, in the respective sector where you will be practicing. You will be policymakers one way or another, whether you become a regulator, a solicitor general, yes, a justice of the Supreme Court, all these many things. You could be leaders of the industries, CEOs, operating officers, etc. Lawyers are found in every sector, in every level of our society, even sa laylayan.
Kami yun.
Kami yun. kami yung struggling lawyers.
Pero kahit na nasa laylayan, di ba, parang lawyers kasi have the responsibility to uphold human rights and the basic freedoms gina-guarantee ng Constitution. Yes, rule of law. When you uphold this, you contribute. Even if you're just protecting, when you think you're just protecting one person, you're actually upholding the nation and putting order on it, the rule of law.
Well, as in any society, you know, order is primary, and that's why lawyers are awesome. joke lang, guys. That's why, I mean, we all belong to different, you know, practices of law, private, public, not even, some people would say, not even direct practice. Kasi matututunan nyo yan Isang kaso yan sa law school. Mababasa nyo kung ano yung iba't ibang kinds of practice of law. So, ang message namin para sa mga aspiring lawyers and law students to be ay...
For those who aspire to be lawyers, you have to be law students first.
That's very correct.
Yeah.
For all those who are aspiring law students, we have one question for you. Are you sure?
Yes.
That
Are you
want
sure?
to be a law student and a lawyer?
Yes.
Ay, hirap siya.
Yes.
Yun na yung
Hindi
katotohanan.
namin kayo tinatakot, pero parang ganun na nga.
You have to be determined. Dapat buong loob nyo to do it. Dapat gusto nyo. Hindi gusto ng iba para sa inyo, gusto nyo.
Always remember your purpose. Remember your why, kung bakit ka nagpunta ng law school. And kahit na lalo na pagdating mo ng practice din, parang you have to keep remembering why.
Kasi maraming oras talaga during law school na idadoubt mo kung bakit nandito ka sa, ba't ko ito pinagdadaanan, ba't ko sinasubject
ba
yung
to?
sarili ko dito sa hirap na to.
Yes.
Kaya kailangan mong balikan yung why mo. Pero kami, we've always said na yung law school is, lahat ng pagdadaanan mo doon ay character building.
Yes, totoo yan.
Even sa mga legal management students, I'm sure hindi madaling subject yan.
Legal
course
management.
Yan. Oo, hindi madaling course yan. Pero lahat ng basics na matututunan nyo dyan, mapapakinabangan yan
Yes.
sa law
Correct.
school. You will be better for that.
And
Go.
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 No, it's okay.
It's okay, please go ahead.
And para sa mga students now, baka ngayon, feeling nyo, nahirapan kayo, di ba? Isipin nyo na lang na you are not alone.
Of course, they're not alone. They have their classmates.
Yes, that's correct. Magdamayan naman kayo, di ba?
Other, that is the only way to survive.
Yes.
I mean, natatawa kami ngayon, pero totoo yan.
Oo.
Yung blockmates nyo sa law school, yung kaklase nyo.
Huwag niyo isipin na it's all competition. Ako lang to. Pag later, pag lawyers na kayo, you will help each other.
Kayo rin lang ang magtatanungan.
Kayo na magkikita.
Yung mga super competitive dyan, yung mga nagsosolo, hayaan nyo lang sila. Hayaan nyo lang sila. Dadating yung panahon, kakailanganin nila ang tulong nyo. Tsaka kayo gumante.
So, sana na-inspire kayo.
Sana na-inspire ka.
Sana na-inspire kayo. Hindi kayo magiging inspired everyday, ha? Asahan nyo na yon. Kahit na maalala mo
Sa law school.
sa law school, hindi ka magiging inspired everyday to just push on. Inspiration is not gonna do it. You have to really put discipline in your lifestyle. You need consistency and discipline so that you can get through law.
As much as importante yung discipline, kailangan bigyan din nila yung sarili nila ng konting break.
Ako puro break.
Huwag niyo siyang gayahin. I agree with her 100% but not on that. Subukan nyo na balansehin. Of course, priority nyo yung pag-aaral, pero bigyan nyo rin ng break yung sarili nyo. Huwag naman todo-todo.
Again, thank you very much to the UST Legal Management Society for having us three today.
Ngayon pa lang kinocongratulate na namin kayo. Magandang pre-law course ang legal management.
Yes.
True.
Baka malay nyo maging top 10 din
Top-notcher.
kayo.
Diba?
Pero wag nyo na asahan na may substance after.
At na yung nakapasa ng bar, top pa. After nun,
Yun na yun.
downhill na.
Ganito na.
Ito na. Bakit? Enjoy naman kami.
Oo nga.
Sana nag-enjoy din kayo sa panonood nitong aming message.
At saka kumakaway din ng eroplano ngayon.
Para tinatawag
Sa airport.
Parang sinasabi nila na tama tong ginagawa natin. Tama tong ginagawa natin.
So, thank you.
Thank you very much,
At sana
everyone.
makita namin kayo in person soon.
Sa oath-taking nyo.
Yes!
Bye-bye!
Ghosted. Ghosted.
Wow, that was such an inspiring video. I agree that a lawyer's job does not end with advocating for their clients. It is much more than that. Lawyers must study for years from pre-law to law school, and we all have different paths to take. But at the end of the day, we are all going to be leaders and policymakers. Opening remarks pa lang from the social network, we have already learned something. Talagang na-enjoy ko yung video at mas lalo akong na-inspire maging abogado. Ikaw rin ba, Luis?
Ay, Ika, alam mo yan, na-inspire din ako dun sa video. And I can still remember na dati nakikita ko lang yung videos ng the social network sa social media. But now, meron na silang video para sa atin. Napaka-special talaga ng ating mga future Avocados. What a really great opportunity to attend this event with our roster of speakers.
Tama ka dyan, Luis. Kaya naman, we would like to say thank you very much to Attorney Faye Condes de Zagon, Attorney Camille 𝗙𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢 and Attorney Vivian Tan de la Cruz from the Social Network for that wonderful opening remarks. I'm sure that everyone is looking forward to today's activities and to what our esteemed speaker have in store for us.
That's right, Ika. I know everyone's excited to meet our speakers for today, but before we proceed to our speakers, let us first break the ice with a quick game. Our Socials Committee has prepared some fun and exciting games for us.
Tama. Everyone is welcome to join the game. Mga ka-avocados, I hope you are full of energy because for our first game, there will be a cash prize right away. There will be 5 winners and each of them will receive a GCash prize of 50 pesos.
Grabe, cash prize agad simula pa lang ng event. Without further ado, let me call on Caitlin and Elan from the Socials Committee to facilitate our exciting game.
Good day, everyone. I am Caitlin from the Socials Committee.
I am Ellen, also from the Socials Committee. At kami ang inyong icebreaker hosts for Future Avocados, the Law School Forum 2022. And bago natin simulan ng ating event, let's have an energy check muna. Right, Caitlin?
Tama ka dyan, Ellen. Let's see if ready na ba ang participants natin for the event dahil balita ko maraming surprises ang hinanda. Kaya naman, without further ado, for our opening icebreaker, let's play the game. Bring me.
Nako, Caitlin, mukhang exciting yan dahil isa to sa mga classic na laro kapag merong mga party.
Tama ka dyan, Ellen. Napaka-classic nga talaga nito. Naalala ko dati, kulang na lang dalhin ko na ang buong bahay namin para lang maipakita yung mga pinapa-bring me. And speaking of houses, make sure you guys are ready to find these objects around your comfortable home. Kaya naman, para magising na tayong lahat, care to explain the mechanics, Ellen?
First, host will ask the participants to show a specific item. Second, the first participant to raise their hand will be called and acknowledged. Third, the participant must open their camera and show the item clearly to the host and audience. And lastly, the winners will receive a GCash prize. Again, guys, the first participant to raise their hand ang matatawag at wag na wag niyong kakalimutan na mag-open ng camera.
Wow, Ellen, may pa-GCash prizes. Kaya be ready na, guys, because we will start the game. So for our first item, I believe super naggamit natin to as students and especially for our aspiring law students na mahilig magbasa. Kaya naman, bring me a green highlighter. Ellen, gumagamit ka rin ba ng green highlighter?
Oo naman, pero tawagin natin si Mix Monica Morales para maipakita niya ang kanyang green highlighter.
Mix
Hello.
Monica, pa-on cam po. Patingin po ng green highlighter niyo. Ayan. Dahil tama sa green highlighter ang dala mo, congratulations.
There lang po to lower your hand. Pa-lower po ng hands po. Ayan, Caitlin, let's move on to our next item. Itong next item natin, for sure merong yung mga book lovers natin ang meron nito dahil ginagamit natin to kapag we want to take a break or stop sa pagbabasa. Kaya naman, guys, bring me a bookmark.
Ayan, mukhang may nauna na, Ellen. Ang bilis nila. Next, 𝗙𝗨𝗧𝗨𝗥𝗙 from PUP. Kindly show your bookmark po. Ayan.
Tama nga na bookmark, Caitlin. For our next item, pakilower lang po ulit ng ating virtual hand. Yan. Thank you so much
guys,
po.
We are down to our third item na and I believe, Ellen, ikaw na to.
Ka dyan, Caitlin, dahil for sure every student meron din nito. At syempre, kailangan natin ng reference kapag nag-aaral tayo. Kaya naman for our next item, bring me any book related to your courses.
Ayun. Yan, let's call on 𝗙𝗢𝗥𝗡 to kindly show us
Book
your
reveal
book.
po. Ayan, napakaganda ng libro niya, Caitlin, Campus Journalism.
That's right. And congratulations, next John Dexter. You may now lower your hand.
Down to
Kindly
our
look
last
yan.
2 items.
Ayan, tama ka dyan, Ellen. We are down to our last 2 items. Kaya sa ibang gusto pang humabol, habol lang kayo. Guys, kung ang books ay ginagamit for reference, our next item naman ay kasama nating lahat, lalo na sa puyatan. So, without further ado, bring me the coffee.
Lagi nga natin itong kasangga kapag sa puyatan. Pero what if, sino kaya ang nauna sa ating mga participants? For the instructions po,
ang unang magre-raise po ng hand ang matatawag. And mukhang ang nauna for the coffee is si Eliza from FEU. Patingin naman po ng coffee niyo dyan. Ayan, that's
pote,
right.
kabog.
Congratulations, Eliza. And now, guys, we are on our last item for our Bring Me. Okay, guys, get ready because our last item is, I believe, lagi natin dala to. And I believe lahat tayo meron nito. Kaya naman, Bring Me insulated tumbler.
Dana from CLSU. Tumbler reveal naman po. Wow, pink na pink naman. Congrats po, Mix Dana.
And thank you for participating, guys. Grabe. G na G ang lahat. And sa mga hindi nanalo, don't worry, guys, dahil may next game pa tayo mamaya. For now, let's congratulate our winners. We have Monica Morales, Eliza May Peña Verde, John Dexter Bulahan, Eliza from FEU, and Dana Jen Santa Ines. Congratulations, guys!
Again, congrats to our winners. To claim your prize, kindly contact Miss 𝗙𝗢𝗥𝗡 through Messenger or scan the QR code flashed on the screen. Again, guys, wag niyong kakalimutan na kontakin si Miss 𝗙𝗢𝗥𝗡 sa Messenger or scan the QR code flashed on the screen dahil baka sa iba yan mapunta. Kaya naman, back to you, Ika and Luis.
Thank you so much, Elad. That was such an exciting game prepared for us by the Socials Committee. Thank you, Katie and Alan, for facilitating our game. Congratulations again to our winners, Mix Monica Morales, Mix Eloisa May Penaverde, Mix John Dexter Bulahan, Mix Eliza Asper, and Mix Dana Jen Santa Ines. Kindly send a direct message to the UST Legal Management Society Treasurer, Ms. 𝗙𝗢𝗥𝗡 for your cash prize.
Again, congratulations to our winners. Kindly send a direct message to the UST Legal Management Society Treasurer, Ms. 𝗙𝗢𝗥𝗡. Thank you very much. I hope our participants in this Zoom event had fun. And for those who were not able to win, guys, marami pa tayong games later, kaya don't worry, baka kayo na yung panalo later.
That's right, Luis. Kaya naman, let's not wait any longer. We would like to introduce our first speaker. Our first speaker recently graduated from San Beda University College of Law, where she was among the top 10 and Dean's Honor List. From 2020 to 2021, she was a subject chair of San Beda Law Centralized Bar Operations, where she led a team in preparing materials for the centralized bar ops, implemented techniques to ensure proper management and organization within the team, and arranged and coordinated meetings with the subject advisors to ensure the material's correctness and reliability.
She was admitted to the bar in 2022 as an exemplary passer, and she is currently an associate at Angara Abellio Concepcion Regala and Cruz Law Offices.
To get know more about the San Beda University College of Law, ladies and gentlemen, let us give a warm round of applause to Attorney Maria Isabela Palamos.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'll just share my screen before I begin. I don't have access to share my screen.
Okay lang po.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much po. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Oh, there. Okay, here we go. Do you see my screen?
Yes po.
Yes,
Okay, thank you. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for that beautiful introduction. It's such an honor for me to speak here today, especially for the UST Legal Management Society. I actually come from a family of 𝗙𝗪𝗡. I'm the only one who didn't study in UST. So best believe our entire house is so excited that I'm giving this talk today. My name is Isabella, and I'm here to share with all of you my law school experience and my bar exam experience. But before I begin, I just like to say that most of my time in law school was actually pre-pandemic. So I was already halfway through my second semester of my third year in law school when we went on lockdown. So a lot of my experiences may not be what law school in 𝗙𝗪𝗢𝗢 is like. I only had really 1 year in online class. And that was already during my fourth year. So puro review na lang at that point. While I believe that 𝗙𝗪𝗢𝗢 is moving towards either a hybrid setup or fully physical class, as far as I know currently, they're still purely online. So just keep that in mind throughout my presentation because a lot of what my experience was like as a student in 𝗙𝗪𝗢𝗢 may not be applicable to the current students in 𝗙𝗪𝗢𝗢 law. Okay. So I wanted my presentation to be as personal as possible since I was asked to talk about my experience. So I decided to add some photos. The photo of me in white was taken when I was in first year. So I think that was taken late 2017 or early 2018. That was taken inside the 𝗙𝗪𝗢𝗢 campus before class. I remember I already gave up and I decided that I couldn't study anymore, and I was just gonna go to class with whatever knowledge I had in my head, and my friends and I decided to take pictures in front of the fountain because we didn't want to study anymore. And then the second photo was me just earlier this year during the Thanksgiving celebration in 𝗙𝗪𝗢𝗢 after we passed the bar. So it doubled as, the reason why I'm wearing a toga is because it doubled as our graduation ceremony because our initial graduation was just virtually. So yeah, both of the photos were taken. Both of the photos were taken in campus. So that's how 𝗙𝗪𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢 Mendiola looks like for those of you who are curious. I'll begin by discussing the admissions process. I'll just brush through it, but all the details could be found in the 𝗙𝗪𝗢𝗢 website at 𝗙𝗪𝗢𝗢𝗢.edu.ph/admissions. So basically, first, you would have to be submitting scanned copies of certain documents. So the transcript of records, birth certificate, certificate of good moral character, and the receipt for the application fee. And then I was told that after you submit a scanned copy and once you are accepted, prior to enrollment, you would need to submit the physical copies of these documents. The website gives the details of how you could send it. And then next, you would have to register online. So the policies for the admission process actually is in the website that I mentioned earlier. And there's a data privacy agreement that you have to sign and submit, like I said, the application requirements and then the application fee. And then everything else comes after you have been accepted to the School of Law. So I remember the application process during my time being relatively easy in the sense that the exam was basically like every other standardized exam that you take even in high school and college. There wasn't an interview process that was required. As far as I'm aware, you would have to, at least during my time, you would be interviewed if you scored low in your entrance exam, but you had good grades in undergrad. So that's when they would interview you and see if you were qualified. But aside from that, if you did well in your exam, you didn't have to be interviewed and you were automatically accepted. So in terms of the scholarships, so since most of you, I think all of you are undergraduate students, I'll be talking about the scholarships for the incoming freshman students. So Sanbeda offers scholarships for incoming freshmen who graduate with honors. And this scholarship is valid during your first year in law school. So for summa cum laude graduates, it's 100% scholarship. Magna cum laude graduates, it's 75% scholarship. And cum laude graduates, it's 50% scholarship. But aside from that, during your stay in Sanbeda, there are scholarships that are granted by the College of Law based on your academic performance, as well as your participation in extracurricular activities. For example, 25%, 50%, and 100% scholarships are granted to the top 3 students of each batch based on their general average of that year. So for example, if you were in the top 3 of your batch in your second year, your scholarship will apply to your third year enrollment. And it's effective for that entire third year. But if you are not qualified or you do not avail of the academic scholarships, Sanbeda also offers other scholarships based on your participation in extracurricular activities. For example, officers of the Sanbeda centralized bar operations, the barrister, and the law student government receive discounts on their tuition in proportion to what is recommended by the school administration. So when I was the subject chair for legal ethics for the centralized bar operation, that qualifies as an officer of the organization. So I received a 50% scholarship for my tuition fees when I was in 4th year because I served as subject chair from 3rd year to 4th year. So it applied during my entire 4th year tuition fee. But if you have any more, if you want any more information about the scholarships, these are available in the Sanbeda website at www.sanbeda.edu.ph/post/419/scholarship. And all of the details are there. So now to the bulk of my presentation on studying in Sanbeda. Have you guys seen the movie Bar Boys? I hope you guys have, because it was filmed in Sanbeda actually, and it is a very, very good depiction of what studying in Sanbeda is like. The good, the bad, and the ugly. Actually, I was in 1st year when this movie went out. And when I watched the trailer, I refused to watch the movie because based on the trailer itself, it reminded me so much of class and life in Sanbeda that I felt that watching it in the movie house would just feel like an extension of my class. But during the pandemic, when it was available on YouTube, my friends and I watched it because we, oddly enough, missed school and missed being on campus. So we watched it to feel like we were back in school. But there's this scene, actually, my favorite scene in the entire movie is when there was a professor walking to class and the students could hear the clacking of her heels and they immediately knew that she was coming to class and they started feeling nervous. That was so funny because it's so true. I didn't know that I would develop the skill of being familiar with the sounds of the shoes that my professors make, the bags that they carry. So from afar, I could see that there was a specific bag and could know that that was a certain prof. I also became an expert of what cars my professors drive. Because in Sanbeda, the parking of the faculty is in the center of the school. So when you'd pass to go to the cafeteria or to just go from one classroom to the next, you'd see the parking lot. And we could see, oh my gosh, attorney XYZ is already here. It means we're going to have class today. Or if their car wasn't there, we feel like, wow, we have more time to prepare, right? But those are kinds of skills that you think you wouldn't develop in law school. But by the time I was in 3rd year and 4th year, my friends and I became experts. But yeah, my entire stay in Sanbeda was equally happy and intense. And while I was preparing for my presentation, I was having a difficult time trying to define what the 𝗙𝗏𝗪 experience is. So I picked out a few things about 𝗙𝗏𝗪 law that really stand out and that I think are the reasons why 𝗙𝗏𝗪 law continues to produce top-performing students and eventually lawyers. So this is me. I think I was second year. I was studying transportation law in a coffee shop. And you see, I have my codal, my book, and then to the right, don't tell my professors, but I was using a memory aid to help me memorize all of the laws and jurisprudence that I needed for recitation. Almost all schools employ the Socratic method. But I think what sets 𝗙𝗏𝗪 apart is how deeply rooted the Socratic method is in the culture of 𝗙𝗏𝗪 law. While other schools have included more modern approaches to teaching the law, such as reporting, research, writing papers, instead of having recitations, they would conduct lectures. 𝗙𝗏𝗪 has, for the most part, remained purely Socratic. And while that feels like a big jump from how it is in college, I really appreciate 𝗙𝗏𝗪's loyalty to the Socratic method because the students are forced to learn the law. So like you could see here, I was studying transportation law on my own, reading as much books as you can, reading as much materials as you can, and making your own notes. Actually, here in the second photo, you could see I have a book by commentaries, a codal, and then my laptop where I have my own notes. Because you are basically teaching the law to yourself, and then you would come to class and your professors would supplement that. So you already have some understanding of the law prior to attending your class for that day, and the professors would add to that by testing your knowledge and asking you hypothetical questions based on what you already know. So while in the beginning, most of the questions would be objective, asking you to recite certain provisions, requisites, elements, as the class would progress, it becomes more on the application of the law, which you won't really get if you just keep reading your books and your notes. It's really during class that you get to apply what you read. And what's interesting is it's very interactive. So you're not just sitting there and taking in whatever your professor says. It's the application of the law. If you're reciting and you said something probably that your professor doesn't agree with, you could express that in a respectful way, and then you could engage in dialogue with your professors about that. And it really makes the learning of the law more well-rounded and robust in a sense. So this is one of the things that I'm not sure if they still do in 𝗙𝗏𝗪 now, because this was very, back in the day when we were doing physical class. We had to make a lot of handwritten digests, and a lot of our professors would require this. The reason why we were asked to do handwritten digests was because we expected that our bar exams would still be handwritten. So it was to practice our handwriting for the bar exams, but also, and more importantly, it's so that we would be able to master the cases. So you have different approaches in how you would make case digests, right? But for me, because our cases were usually accessed online, it was easier for me to make a digest first in my computer and then finish all the digests that I needed to make. And then after I have those digests prepared, I would move on and write them down. So I'm basically reading the case 3 times, digesting it twice. So but at the end of it, I have hopefully mastered the case. So you could see actually in the screen, I have an iPad there and I'm already prepared the digest and I'm just copying it into my notes. This one also helps because back then we had professors who wouldn't allow us to bring notes that weren't handwritten notes. So you could just have this with you and you can write your notes here and whatever. And it also helps you in class while you're preparing to be called. what I appreciated about having the digests already prepared from when I was in first year into third year was by the time I was in fourth year, and fourth year in Sanbeda is purely review classes, I just reused my old digests and I didn't have to read the full texts anymore. So as you could imagine, diba, fourth year, full review na lang siya. You don't have enough time to read all the cases anymore, but they still assign the same amount of cases as they did when you were first year to third year. So it really helped me that to keep my digests, because by bar review and fourth year, I was just using those na lang. So these photos are the one with my friends. This was after a revalida. So in Sanbeda, basically, it's mostly recit. Very seldom do we have quizzes. And then also, depending on your prof, you could have what's called a revalida, which is what I called a heightened recitation. It doesn't seem, they just give it a fancier name, but it's basically like a recitation, except that it covers a wider range of topics and involves more hypothetical than objective questions. So usually a professor would conduct revalida right before midterms or right before finals, as sort of a review, and it weighs more than a regular recitation. So our professors would require us to come to class either in our professors would require us to come to class in corporate attire, because every day naman in Sanbeda before, you could just wear a smart casual. So it was an opportunity for us to dress up, and we felt like lawyers. And your professor acts kind of like a judge, and then you act like a counsel for either of the parties. And you basically recite, again, it's basically like a recitation, but it felt more special. And it was obviously a lot more pressure because it weighed more in compared to a regular recitation. And to the other photo is me in the Sandigan Bayan for court observation, which we did a few times throughout my stay in Sanbeda. So this was, I was in third year, I think, right before the pandemic as well. And sadly for me and my batch, we weren't able to experience the legal aid, the free legal aid clinic of Sanbeda because of the pandemic. So in your fourth year, you have a class called Practice Court, where they teach you how to conduct yourself in court, how to enter your appearance, what to say, what to wear. And this goes hand in hand with the Legal Aid Bureau of Sanbeda. But again, during my time, I wasn't able to participate in the Legal Aid Bureau, so I only had Practice Court virtually. This is my favorite. And when you talk about Sanbeda, you cannot not talk about this, because I think Sanbeda law was the proponent of what we call a ceasefire. And it is what it sounds like. You ask for a ceasefire for whatever reason under the sun that would satisfy your professor. So here we asked for a ceasefire in our labor law class because it was Teachers' Month, but also because we were not prepared to have recitation. So what happens in ceasefire, actually, you request for, you could have whatever reason you have, you're not ready, mental health break, you just had an exam the other day, or there's a celebration like this one was Teachers' Month, or the birthday of your professor, or Valentine's Day, Christmas, literally anything under the sun, and you request for a ceasefire from your professor. So what happens is either they grant it and your recitation would be pushed back to your next meeting, or they say that whatever you were supposed to recite on that day would be deemed discussed, and then you'll move on to a next topic. So yeah, those are good parang breathers, because law school gets really intense, back-to-back classes, almost 6 days a week you have class. So when your prof grants ceasefires, it's very fun. And for occasions like this where the prof allowed us to throw a party, it's so fun because you rarely ever see your professors happy and relaxed and just enjoying with you. So you have games, performances, and your professor usually participates in all of them as well. So yeah, this was for labor law. So we made it a costume party. And you can see we're dressed as different professions. I'm there in the middle at the bottom, wearing a blue shirt. I was dressed as a policeman. And I have friends who are pilots, construction workers. I have a friend up there in front who's unemployed. And for like 2 hours, we were just having fun with our professor. We had food, and then it was a good breather before we had to go back to recitation the next meeting. So this was, ano naman, nung nag-online class na, mahirap na mag-party, pero because, you know, ayaw mag-reset, you have to find a way, diba? So nag-online party kami for professor virtually. Games ulit, performances ulit, but yeah, it's different online. It's not as fun, but we still did it. But yeah, aside from having class and the academic side of law school, we have the student organizations. So we have 12, the bar operations, law student government, legal aid bureau. The barrister is our paper, or school paper. We have the 𝗙𝗙𝗢𝗙𝗢𝗢𝗢 Law Journal, International Law Society, 𝗙𝗙𝗢𝗙𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗍 Law Debate Circle, Student Affairs Society, Environmental Organization, Human Rights Advocates. Vox Legis is our law school choir, and the Society for Humanitarian Awareness Towards Effective Development. So I was in the 𝗙𝗙𝗢𝗙𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢 centralized bar operations. I joined as a member when I was in second year for political law. For positions like members, you could just choose whatever subject you're comfortable with, which subjects you enjoyed. You don't particularly have to have high grades. The only requirement is that you should have taken that class already. So when I joined as a member, I could only choose classes that I took in first year and that I passed. And then I could help update laws and jurisprudence in the 𝗙𝗙𝗢𝗙𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢 bar ops materials. When I was in third year, I was appointed as a subject chair, and we prepared what is flash on your screen right now, the 𝗙𝗙𝗢𝗙𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢 Red Book, which is a short version of the memory aid arranged in a question and answer format and presented in the way that the topics are presented in the syllabus for the bar exam. Interestingly enough, for me and my batch, we prepared this Red Book, which we also used during our bar examination because the bar exam was postponed. So we ended up using the materials that we made, which was fun because I trust it because I made it, right? This is the team that prepared the material. So we're the core team of the academics committee. So we were the heads of the different bar subjects and the academics chair. So we had to do most of our meetings online because it was already the pandemic. And the other side of the bar operations is what we call hotel operations, which is what happens during the bar exams mismo. So back then, it was every Saturday to Sunday morning. You would go to the hotel. For us, it was Diamond Hotel. And you are basically runners, and you would do anything that they ask you to do. So this was me in my third year, my last time to do hotel operations. I was assigned to a specific floor and to certain barristers, and I basically had to do whatever they asked me to, pick up coffee, prepare their materials, give them a wake-up call, and more importantly, hand them the last-minute tips before they leave for UST to take the bar. So from a certain time at night, at around 8 p.m., until 4 o'clock the next morning, you're awake and you're just parang basically doing whatever your barrister wants you to do. So yeah, I was just there outside in the hallway. This is in front of the elevators, just waiting for my barrister to ask me to get her something. It was so fun. And I was with all my friends and we were awake the whole night, but it was such an experience. So for surviving 𝗙𝗙𝗢𝗙𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢 my biggest tip would be to read the commentaries. Do not solely rely on the memory aid and other review materials. While you may need to read them from time to time because you don't have time anymore or there's just so much to cover, try your best to read the books, to read the cases in the full text, and to use your CODAL. You will not have time in fourth year and bar review to read that many materials. So the time to actually absorb all of them is during your first to third year. So yeah, read the full text of the cases and make your own case digests. because like I said earlier, it helps you master the case. And if you present the case in a way that you understand and in your own words, it'll be easy for you to remember them. And master the 𝗙𝗥 method. I'm going to go into detail about the 𝗙𝗥 method later. And review with your friends. Like the social network said earlier, you need your friends. You are going to need to review together, make materials together, share, digest. So don't isolate yourself from them. You're going to need them so much. So share your materials, ask each other questions, because that's how you remember it. Make your own mnemonics, make fun of whatever it is you're reading. When you have a case, parang talk to each other as if you're making chismis lang. And that's one of the ways that will help you remember what you're studying. And lastly, and more importantly, try different study habits until you find one that works for you. You will find that a lot of people study in different ways. So try things out when you're first year, parang dip your toes into different study methods. And when you find something that works for you, stick to that until you're done reviewing, because it's going to help you so much when you're reviewing for the bar. And then things you need in law school, you've been using these naman since undergrad, probably even in high school. But the most important for me are the essential oils, because I had a lot of professors who didn't allow us to have notes at all on our desks. So when I'm nervous, I couldn't hold on to anything and like fidget when I was scared that I was going to be called. So what my friends and I would do was we would put essential oils in our wrist and then like inhale it when we were nervous, just to give us something to do while we were waiting to get called. But yeah, everything else, as students, you already have those anyway. So yeah, moving on to the best bar ever. I just took the bar this February. So everything is still pretty fresh to me. And yeah, but since you guys are still undergrads, I won't go into detail on like tips on reviewing for the bar. I'll just give you one really good tip that my criminal law 1 professor told me on her first day of class. And I am so grateful that I listened to her, because it helped me throughout my stay in law school, and most especially when I was reviewing for the bar. So my criminal law 1 professor told us that your review for the bar starts now. What you're studying for in your first year until your third year, you shouldn't look at it as like studying so you can get a good recit, studying so you could get good grades. You should look at it as studying so you are already preparing for the bar. Think long term when you're reviewing. So even though parang you could be tempted to use shortcuts like notes from upperclassmen or recit questions from the class before you, you have to bear in mind that you're studying not to just pass your specific class and to graduate from law school, but you're studying so that you could take the bar and pass the bar. So everything from when you enter your first class in law school until you graduate and review for the bar, it's all part of the process of preparing for the bar. So the earlier you understand that and the earlier that you realize that, the better it is for you, because you won't take any day for granted and you will use every moment to prepare yourself for probably the biggest examination that you'll take in your life. Because you honestly, people always say this, but it's the truth. You don't have enough time in the months leading up to the bar. So I graduated from law school in July and my bar was supposed to be in November. So that's just a few months, and you expect that you have 6 months to review for the bar, but you won't. Like the next bar, they're graduating in around July and their bar is in September. So you have barely a month to prepare for 8 subjects, right? So if you studied from first year until fourth year religiously, as if you were reviewing for the bar already, it will be much easier for you during the bar exam period. So for me, I made reviewers since first year. So this is my criminal law reviewer that I used when I reviewed for the bar, but it contained everything from my notes from first year to fourth year. So I used as much as possible the same books that I used from first year to third year during my fourth year review, and then those books again during my bar review. And because I was making notes all throughout law school, I kind of made my own memory aid when I was in fourth year, and that's what I used to review for the bar. So I didn't have to open up all of those books again, buy new books or whatever. As long as the law hasn't been updated and there is no new jurisprudence, I stuck to my notes from first year. And that helped me and I saved a lot of time. And like I mentioned earlier, the ALAC method, answer, law, analysis, conclusion, know this by heart and master it. Especially in San Beda, we have a lot of professors who require you to answer in only 4 sentences. You cannot go beyond 4 sentences. Anything beyond 4 sentences, they won't read anymore. So basically, they're just telling you to answer in ALAC. This also helped me when I was taking the bar because I didn't worry about how I was going to present my answer anymore because I knew I just had to present it in the ALAC method. And all I had to do was think about the substance of my answer. No, I didn't have to spend time parang reorganizing my thoughts na or rearranging my sentences because I knew that the ALAC method was the clearest and most simple way that I could present my answers. Something that sets San Beda apart is the mentor system. So you get assigned a professor and your professor will basically guide you during your review process. So my mentor was Attorney 𝗙𝗪𝗢𝗙. This is a message that she sent me a few days before the bar. She asked me how I was and I told her that I was nervous and she replied with this, "Kalma, malapit ka na maging lawyer." And it helps me, it helps you to like hear your professor believe in you, right? So the mentoring system actually depends on who your mentor is. So for Attorney 𝗙𝗪𝗢𝗙, she would frequently arrange for one-on-one sessions where during we would meet in Zoom and she'd give me a sample bar exam question and I'd have to answer it and send it to her. But instead of parang looking at the substance of my answer and telling me whether my answer was correct or wrong, she was teaching me how I could better present my answer using the ALAC method. So she was just basically instilling in me the ALAC method talaga so that I could present my answer. Even if it was wrong, I could present it in a way that I could get partial points during the bar. So I really appreciated having a mentor, especially when our bar exam got postponed and our syllabus was changed because she helped me focus on what topics to study, what topics I did not need to study anymore. And she was always there, like you could see in the message that she sent, to give us support and to tell us to take rest and to drink with our friends, to relax, ganyan, and not be so hyper-focused on studying. So I'll end my presentation with why San Beda. How has San Beda helped me prepare for the bar exams? I'm not going to sugarcoat it because I'm sure a lot of you already know the reputation of San Beda. As I mentioned earlier, the admission process is quite easy because we accept a lot of students. But as you are all aware, the retention rate in San Beda is very, very low. And from we had around 20 sections when I was in first year. We were only 5 sections when I was in fourth year. And not all of us even graduated. So it's tough. And I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It's difficult. Your life basically has to be law school during the time that you're in San Beda Law. You have a few days to relax with your friends, but they come, they're very infrequent. And you have to live, breathe, and exist like everything is law school. And San Beda will really force you to prioritize law school. And the moment that you don't prioritize law school, you could see the effects. Your recits become bad, your profs, they grade you lower and everything. So it's really, really difficult. But what I am so grateful for actually is how well they prepared us. So before I took the bar exam, San Beda held a mass for us. And our Dean 𝗙𝗪𝗢𝗙, gave a speech to motivate us when we were very down right before the bar. And he told us one thing that I really clung onto. And while I was taking the bar, and the questions were very, very difficult, and I didn't know how to answer them, I just reminded myself of this statement. He said to just take the bar examinations as if you were taking your final exams in San Beda. a lot of Bedan lawyers who have graduated from San Beda and successfully passed the bar examinations will tell you that the examinations in San Beda are much more difficult than the ones you're going to take in the bar. So I was just telling myself that if I could survive 4 years in San Beda, I could survive the bar examinations. And that's what really pushed me. And I can honestly say that although there were difficult questions at the bar exams, they weren't as difficult and as confusing and as complex as the examinations I had to take in San Beda. So I could say very proudly and very surely that San Beda really prepared me. And if the bar examinations were much harder than what I took, I still believe that I would have been prepared because the entire 4 years of studying in such a rigorous and such a difficult school would really prepare me for the bar examinations, which is, like any examinations is supposed to be difficult. And it's supposed to filter out, who's good and who isn't. And yeah, by the time I graduated and by the time I took the bar, I was very confident in the fact that I have been well prepared. Like I said, I was using the materials that I used from first year to fourth year. So I trusted completely in the preparation and the teaching style that San Beda did, that I didn't even really look towards other materials anymore. And I honestly believe that that's one of the reasons why I performed well in the bar examinations. So yeah, this is a photo of me after my bar exam. I was so tired. This is after the second day. And my family met me outside my testing center. It gave me flowers. And my mom wanted to take a photo of me because she was so proud that I finished the bar. But I had no energy to smile for her. So I just went like that. And she took 2 photos. And I was like, enough, I'm tired. But yeah, I'm wearing a shirt, a red shirt, because I was like, I need all the San Beda good luck juju to help me as I take my bar. And yeah, that in all things God may be glorified. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, you can email me at ybpalamos@acralaw.com. I hope you guys go to San Beda. It's scary and it's very difficult, but I promise you it's one of the best and you will not regret it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Attorney Palamos. A reminder that there will be an open forum later for our participants' question. Thank you so much, Attorney Palamos. Our event is off to a great start. Grabe, thank you po so much for your insightful presentation and for sharing your knowledge and expertise with us, future avocados. Grabe, when Attorney Palamos mentioned Bar Boys, na-excite ako kasi one of my favorite movies yon. What I really appreciated attorney's discussion was regarding San Beda's way of teaching and this discussions about how San Beda teaches law and her tips with Case Digest. Kasi personally, I need all the tips that I can use ngayon pa lang. What about you, Luis? What have you taken away from Attorney Palamos' talk?
Ika, sobrang dami ko natutunan from Attorney Palamos' talk. Sobrang enlightening and helpful, especially giving us a brief background on the admissions in San Beda. So, ayun talaga. And what really stuck to me is your bar review starts now, and take every opportunity to learn and never take any opportunity to learn for granted. So, Ika?
Tama ka dyan. Kaya naman, for our ka-avocados, if you have any questions for Attorney Palamos, kindly prepare them for our open forum segment later. I know our future avocados can't get enough from the insights they have been receiving from our speakers. Kaya naman, why don't we introduce our second speaker, Luis?
All right, for our second speaker, she obtained her Juris Doctor degree from 𝗙𝗪𝗪𝗖𝗙 University, 𝗙𝗪𝗢𝗪𝗪𝗖𝗪 College of Law. Was admitted to the bar in 2022. She is currently a junior associate in the law firm of Quiazon, Macalintal, Barro, Torres, Ibarra, Sison, and Damaso.
In her free time, she enjoys creating TikTok content. She started to create law school-related TikTok videos for fun, but eventually decided to share the realities of being a law student to be a source of laughter to those who are currently in law school and to provide inspiration to those who wish to pursue their dream of being a lawyer in our country. To give us a glimpse of what's in store in the 𝗙𝗪𝗖𝗨 University 𝗙𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢 College of Law, let us all welcome Attorney 𝗙𝗢𝗥𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢 Pernes.
Good afternoon, attorney.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I would just like to ask if you can hear me clearly.
Yes, attorney.
Yes, attorney.
Okay, that's good kasi medyo malakas ulan, so I'm just making sure. Okay, so before I begin, I would like to express my sincerest gratitude to UST Legal Management Society for inviting me and making this event possible. And I would like to congratulate the attendees of this event, as I understand you are graduating students. So that in itself is an achievement. That being said, what I really hope for this event is that I can impart some valuable lessons and experiences I have learned in law school to all of you. So truthfully, I feel that there's nothing special with me to be invited as a speaker in this event. I was, after all, just your regular law student, but I suspect I was invited here because of how enthusiastic I am about answering common questions for students, for students interested in entering law school. So that's how I suppose the organizer of this event has found me, of all places, in TikTok, the app that you either hate or love. So I've been posting law school related content on TikTok for over a year now, and I think that's where people relate to me the most when I'm honest about the happiness and hardships I've experienced while I was studying. So with that, I hope to give you some insight as to the roller coaster of a ride called law school. To start off with the admission process and scholarship grants in DLSU Law, now called DLSU 𝗙𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢 College of Law, I will leave the relevant URL links with the organizers. DLSU's websites for admissions and scholarships are very straightforward. I would suggest that you read through them when you have the time. Apart from that, you may call the hotlines as posted on the website. That's what I did actually in the past when DLSU's websites did not look the way they do right now. They weren't so in-depth back then. So I know that law school is expensive in many ways. I recently just checked all of my tuition fee receipts in DLSU Law, and it amounted to 640,000 pesos for my entire stay, excluding books, kodals, photocopies, and other expenses. One of the top comments I get on TikTok is that they wish to proceed to law. However, there are financial constraints that prevent them to do so. If you feel disheartened by the cost of going through law school, I'm here to remind you that there is still a way. I'm proud to share with you that LaSalle is an institution that is very generous when it comes to scholarships, so long as you meet the qualifications. So just try. There's no harm in trying for a scholarship. Moving on to DLSU's law school entrance exam, the questions are just about common knowledge, logic, and comprehension. At least that was my experience. There were no questions regarding basic laws or even the Constitution. So you've endured college, and I'm very confident all of you will succeed in DLSU's law school entrance exam. Then you have the interview. Usually, it's a 2 or 3 panel of professors from DLSU who will ask you about your reasons for pursuing law, your background, also your family background, and at times, there will be hypothetical scenarios where you have to give an answer as to how you will act or respond in that given situation. For instance, my classmate was asked during his interview, if your client was charged with a crime of murder and he confessed to you that he actually killed the victim, what will you do? You must always bear in mind that your interviewers are not there to intimidate you, but to gauge how you think, reason, and elaborate your answer. So just pause for a moment, reflect, then you answer. I had a classmate in undergrad who told me right after he finished his interview that he was rejected, agad-agad. Weeks later, he explained to me that he feels that maybe he answered too aggressively, to the point he was fighting that his responses were correct rather than arguing them with the interviewers reasonably. Remember that your interviewers have long been in law practice and have gained so much knowledge and experience that will put you in your place. You can never go wrong by always being polite and cordial to these respected members of the bar. So I hope you keep that in mind when you go to your law school interview. Now, as some of you may know, DLSU Law was founded by Dean 𝗙𝗪𝗢𝗪 and is arguably still a new law school. And so I hope you can all imagine what was going through in my mind back in 2016 when I was considering LaSalle, in my concern in putting my entire future there in an entirely new law school. But after doing some research, I realized there was nothing to be worried about. DLSU's professors are exactly the same professors in UP San Beda, UST, and Ateneo. When school started, all these anxieties left me. There were no more worries about to whom I'll depend on, and I just realized DLSU Law was the perfect fit. I just didn't know it at that time. So I've actually made a list for all of you with the things I wish I knew before I entered DLSU Law. And I hope you take my pointers with a light heart, because if I sugarcoat the rigors of law school, it will be to your disadvantage. So in your first year of law school, you will wonder if you are in the right place, if this profession is for you, or if you should drop out. In my block, we started out as 31 students and only 15 of us have graduated. In our first semester alone, 5 people dropped out. And there's no shame in what they did. There's no shame in quitting, in stopping law school. For those 5 classmates of mine, I was able to talk to them, and they told me they just realized that law school is just not for them. The hardship of law school is not what they wish to continue. But can you really stand yourself knowing that you didn't try, you didn't attempt, you didn't take a chance at it? If at the very beginning you're already scared to try, 5 or 10, 15 years down the road, you'll always be asking yourself, what if? Or I could have been a lawyer, diba? Let's say you do try to enter law school, but you're so disheartened by the everyday battle in school. This is at a time when you have to remember why you started law school in the first place. Personally, I wanted to become a lawyer because I was really hungry to be more knowledgeable about the law. For me, to know more about the laws in the Philippines and the legal system in place excited me. You have to ground yourself and deeply reflect why you want to be a lawyer, because that's what will ultimately get you through law school. Do this reflection first before entering law school. The workload will keep piling up and you'll be asking yourself, is this even worth it? Because your mental, physical, and emotional health will take their toll. For those of you out there who believe they are strong, there might be a moment, long or short, where you feel like your strength will waver, and that's okay. You have to take the readings and cases one day at a time. Just focus on today. Just finish the readings for today. As they say in law school, the days are long, but the years are short. In my first year of law school, I had some breakdowns because of persons and family relations, PFR for short, which is one of your heaviest subjects in your first semester. The caseload for PFR is a lot, and that's an understatement. You will feel really overwhelmed because you also have other bar subjects that first semester, which are equally as challenging. Since I just finished college around about a month before law school started, I forgot I had graduation practice. The schedule slipped my mind, and I was crying to my college friend over the phone because I couldn't attend, as I had to study for a quiz for PFR the next day. In the grand scheme of things, I cannot believe I cried over that. But at that time, I still remember how I felt. I was incredibly overwhelmed and just so tired. But please always remember why you started in the first place. always go back to the reason behind why you want to become a lawyer. Your reason must be enough that it will motivate you to get up, open those books, read those cases, and fight in recitation every day. You can absolutely expect that the professors in DLSU law are strict, demanding, and unyielding. Remember that when you become lawyers, there are clients relying on you. Their money, property, family relations depend on you. And in law school, your professors will train you to be nothing short of deserving to be a protector of your clients' rights. Next, there will be so many cases to read and law books to finish, right? To a point that having little sleep will become the norm. And at times, you will not finish the assignment. Or if you did finish, you did not fully understand it, like what happened to me a few times. In my constitutional law 2 class, my professor was attorney 𝗙𝗢𝗢𝗙, now Judge Rigor. I'm not sure if you guys know him, but he also taught in UST. Anyway, in his class, you may be standing for 1, 2, 3 hours. On one particular day, we had about 40 cases assigned, and my professor had called on me twice because he picks the cards randomly, the class cards. At this point, I had been standing for about 2 hours, and I was running out of cases that I read, so maybe you can imagine my anxiety at the time. Then my professor told me to recite 𝗙𝗎𝗎 versus Secretary of Justice. And if you look at that case, napakahaba talaga eh. But it's a landmark case that you will learn and you will need to read in your consti class. And that just happened to be the only case I wasn't able to read anymore because of how long it was. I didn't have enough time. So despite doing well for the first part of my recitation, I was immediately asked to sit down because I did not read the case. And it was really a learning experience for me to just read it, to read whatever was assigned. And from that point on, I never attended the class where I haven't read a case or at the bare minimum, a case digest. There will always be a possibility na mapapahiya ka sa recitation. Probably because you gave a wrong answer, a wrong legal basis, or you've mistakenly switched the rulings of two cases, or you just simply don't know the answer to your professor's question. But believe me when I say it's going to be okay, because everyone in that classroom is on the same boat as you. Everyone's just learning the same thing for the first time. Sila rin napapahiya at times, but to law students, it's not a big deal. In my criminal procedure class, my professor, a Manila RTC judge, she was incredibly strict. She asked a question which I think my classmate knew the answer to, but he was just so nervous when he was reciting, so he felt lightheaded daw eh. His face was becoming so pale, and he immediately just sat down, even when our professor did not instruct him to do so yet. So what happened? I'm not entirely sure kung ano yung grade niya from that recitation, but after class, we all just patted his back and said, "It's okay, grabe lang siguro kaba mo ngayon. Bawi na lang next time." Diba? Kasi laging may next time. Now, you'll hear chismes about the professors in law school, good or bad, how many they fail, how much workload they have, and so you've been told not to take them. But always take it with a grain of salt, because I know some professors, they were said to be terrors, puro nang babagsak. And when it was my classmates and I who were taking them, tama naman yung chismis. Tama talaga yung chismis. The recitation was incredibly hard. Then when you see the examinations, parang saan nanggaling yung mga tanong, di ba? Tapos yung caseload napakadami. But then you realize, they are also amazing teachers. These teachers na tinatawag na terror, they are the ones I think today. When I took the bar, I remember what they taught me, as opposed to the professors na easy pass, easy workload. But when it comes to retaining what I've learned, wala. Sa bar din ako nagsisi. Now, sometimes, no matter how hard you studied for a class, you will still be unable to find an answer to a certain question posed to you. By the way, if you hear a lot of dogs barking in the background, I'm very sorry.
Susi, ko ba na ko?
Sorry.
Going back, Okay, going back. So as I mentioned, kahit gaano ka pa minsan nakapag-aral, I'm so sorry. Baka you can really hear the background noise. I'll just make my voice louder. Sometimes, no matter how much you study for a class, minsan you'll still be unable to find an answer to a certain question posed to you. I remember in my first year class in Oblicon, I just couldn't answer this question that my professor had, and I just remember so clearly. His face was so straight-faced already. He was staring at me, expecting an answer, and I just couldn't give him an answer that satisfied him. Even though I really studied the night before and even managed a second read in the morning of the book, you have to remember that when you're in law school, your professor doesn't expect you to know everything, but you are expected to try as hard as you can. Meaning, if you don't know the answer, you should at least try to come up with the best sounding answer that makes sense. It cannot always be, I'm sorry, sir, I don't know the answer, or pass, sir, I'm sorry. You always have to try and try again. You always have to make up for your mistakes. And although I hope this does not happen to you, there is a possibility that you fail a class. Then you have to take it again. It doesn't automatically mean that you're kicked out of the school if you fail a class. I'm sure it's different for all law schools, but in DLSU, there is a maintaining grade for each year level and a maximum number of units that you can fail before you are no longer allowed to continue. So just be mindful of those numbers. Has anyone told you that your first and second years of law school are much more difficult than your third and fourth years of law school? In my experience in LaSalle, I was completely lost in my first semester. When I reviewed my case digests back then, they were all over the place, talking about everything about the case, but nothing about the important topic it should have focused on. Now, because of all the practice in my first and second year of law school, by the time I was in third year, making case digests was so much easier. Meaning I check the case and under what topic it is in the syllabus, I browse through the case, I immediately pinpoint what my professor will be looking for when it comes to recitation, and then I'm able to tackle the next case. That technique is something that you don't inherently possess in your first year, and that's okay, because you will have so much practice that later on, you won't realize it, but it now takes you half the time to read a case and understand it, and spot which parts your professor will be expecting you to know. There is no shortcut to this technique. You have to read the full text of the cases. If you merely rely on case digests made by someone else or taken from the internet, they will never be enough most of the time. And they'll most likely be wrong or not spot on to the issue that your professor will be looking for. Now, when it comes to classmates, I suggest that you befriend them because at the end of the day, you like some of them or you don't, they'll still be your pañeros and pañeras. Over the years, we made a community, even if it's just within our block. Now, I did not say to create a family in law school, but to create a community because a family has certain demands and expectations, and frankly, you already have one at home. When we speak of community, we have a purpose, we have a goal, and each and every one of you in that community takes part to achieve that goal. So foster that relationship with your classmates. This is not a competition with them as mentioned by the social network. This is only a competition with yourself to be better than you were yesterday and to pass that bar. This is what I really enjoyed in DLSU Law. Hindi may iwasan na may classmates kang medyo pagka-crab, but for the most part, you really have a community in DLSU Law. We always had each other's backs. Now, when it comes to your bar preparation, never ever listen to chismis. In the end, every single one of the chismis we heard for the bar exam turned out to be false. The only guiding light in the bar syllabus is the bar syllabus. This one will be distributed by the Supreme Court Justice, who is the bar chair for the year. Next, only use the materials you have already used in law school and supplemental materials you feel will be beneficial to you. There's a saying of quality over quantity in bar preparation. And that is, hindi to paramihan ng babasahin. This is about covering and deeply understanding all the topics in the bar syllabus by using 1 or 2 materials only. In DLSU, truthfully, we are spoiled when it comes to law school and in the bar examinations. Our professors in our community are and have always been reliable. We were always given online lectures and mock bar examinations for free with no additional expenses. The professors were always there to guide you every step of the way without hesitation. Meanwhile, your peers are there to support you while you pull each other up. During the bar examination, I only survived because I had a Discord group, and that's where we all studied together. And this is not just a Barkada Discord group. This is a lot of our batchmates just in one Discord group studying. Before you know it, you're halfway through law school, and just like that, you've graduated. Then you're about to take the bar, and months later, you find out you've passed. I have to admit that in my first year in law school, I felt like this was a thing I was passionate about, but I felt like it had robbed me of my happiness. But as the semesters come and go, I became efficient with schoolwork to the point I realized I was enjoying the challenge. And that's what I wish for you aspiring law students as well, to accept the grind, to flourish in the challenge, and to come out victorious. There will be times where you will falter in law school, as I have and many others, but keep your dream alive. And if this path is meant for you, it does not automatically mean that it will be easy. In fact, it will be so difficult, but so worth it. And with that, I hope my stories and insights have ignited your ambition of becoming a lawyer in our country today. But if not, I hope I was entertaining enough for you not to be bored. Before we go to the open forum, I just want to dedicate this speech to the regular student, the one who isn't really the overachiever, the one who isn't exactly always at the top of the class, but is trying their very best day in and day out. I was always just a regular student, and I'm here to tell you, if I can do it, you can do it too. So if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. As my professor in law school once said, there are no stupid questions. This is the purpose of this forum, and so I welcome anything that you might have in mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Attorney Pernes, for your inspiring and enlightening presentation. Our aspiring avocados must have learned a lot. And hearing that you've had your bad recit days, breakdowns, like I felt so I relate to that in a sense na there will always be bad days, but you know it will get easier and it will be difficult, but it's gonna be worth it. Ikaw, what have you learned from Attorney Pernes' talk?
Naku, bago yan, I would like to share that Attorney Pernes is one of my favorite law student TikTok content creator. What I especially love and took away from her talk is somehow the talk comforted me, especially when Attorney Pernes said that I should always remember why I started this journey, hopefully to become a lawyer in the future, and that it's much better for me to try first instead of ending up with what ifs.
Our audience will surely have several questions. The floor is now open for you to ask our speakers, Attorney Palamas and Attorney Pernes, a question.
Ayan guys, may we remind everyone that you can send your questions in our Zoom chat box, and you may also utilize the raise hand button. Thank you, and we will carefully select the questions for our speakers. Ayan, we have a anonymous question po. Attorneys, paano raw po kayo nag-i-stay na fresh? Kailangan po namin nung sagot nyo dito. May we call on Miss Attorney Palamos first po, and then Attorney Pernes after.
Oh, how to stay fresh? Honestly, by the time I finished the bar, I was not fresh. I remember I had to take like a few weeks to feel like myself again, to sleep, get my hair done, get my nails done, all of that. But I assure you that, this is not how I look like when I was in law school. I'm also wearing a lot of makeup right now. But if I have any advice about like your appearance, law school is a lot of recitation, right? So you're standing up in front of your class and in front of your professor, who more often than not just came from a hearing or an important meeting. So they're very well dressed. What helped me in law school to like boost my confidence was I dressed as if I was appearing in court. A lot of the time it was, people would say I was overdressed. I fixed my hair and put on my makeup. But I always told my friends that, if you can't perform, idaan sa Japorm. So if my recit was bad, at least I look good. That's what I was saying. But about being fresh all throughout law school, I don't think that's possible. You start feeling like yourself again after you take the bar.
Thank you so much for that answer po. Same rin po. Babagsak man, at least maganda. Attorney Fairness po, how do you stay fresh in law school?
You guys didn't know me in law school. I feel like I'm a different person now as to when I was in law school. Actually, my weight was fluctuating at the time. I wasn't eating properly, so nothing was fresh about it at all. Similar to Attorney 𝗙𝗪𝗧𝗨𝗥𝗘, which I'm so happy to meet today. Thank you, Attorney 𝗙𝗪𝗧𝗨𝗧.
Yeah, it's nice to meet you too.
Hello. Oh, by the way, I actually love your pictures kasi I have college classmates there in your pictures. So tuwang-tuwa ako seeing those pictures. Thank you for sharing them. Ayun, as I mentioned, my weight was fluctuating. I was not eating well. It was really a bad time in law school, but it is what it is. Also, I'm just wearing a lot of makeup now and I just took a bath. That's basically it.
Thank you so much, Attorney Fairness.
Ayan, we have another question from 𝗙𝗪𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢 from PUP. What is the process in your school if you don't pass a certain subject? And what is your advice for students who got a bad mark or will not pass a certain subject?
Okay, so for Sanbeda, if you the retention kasi depends on the number of units that you fail. So just because you fail a subject or 2 subjects doesn't mean that you would get kicked out. It's about a certain number of units. They compete based on a certain number of units. And there's also QPI. So every year there's a certain grade that you have to reach for your retention. But just because you fail one subject doesn't mean like it's the end of the world. Like you can retake it next year and still graduate on time sometimes. It's not so bad. And if you are about to fail a subject or if you already have failed a subject, it sounds so bad to say, but it's normal in law school. And it's not something to feel bad about, or it's not something to, you could feel bad about it, but it's not something to super dwell on because, it's part of the law school experience and it'll only help you when you retake the class and it will help you understand the subject better for when you have to take the bar exam.
I think similar to what Attorney 𝗙𝗪𝗧𝗨𝗥𝗘 mentioned, I think LaSalle also has just a retaining grade or a maintaining grade rather. I'm just not exactly sure what exactly it is, so I apologize. But yes, also if you fail one subject, it doesn't mean you're kicked out of LaSalle right away. There's still processes to go through. Also at the very end, and appeal your case, meaning you can write a letter to the dean and the dean will in his discretion decide if you can stay.
Thank you, attorneys. I'm sure 𝗙𝗪𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢 from PUP definitely appreciate those answers. So
Thank you so
aside
much.
from our Zoom chatters, we're seeing raised. Yeah, so we're gonna call Malika Angela from FEU to ask a question. Next, Malika, you can unmute your mic so we could hear your question.
Hi po, attorneys. Ask ko lang po, ano po yung mga must-haves namin for law school? And ano po kaya yung mga recommended if ever po may alam po sila mga academies ganyan. Kasi hindi po kasi ako magaling mag-aral mag-isa. Usually, I need like guidance sometimes. And
Hi, thank you for your question. The must-haves for law students, I think, the most important are the codals, of course, and your commentaries. It'll take a while for you to realize or find an author, a specific author that works for you and that you like the presentation. So I suggest in your first year, just try a variety of authors, and then eventually you'll have a favorite and you'll always end up getting their books. Aside from that, I'm not like advertising it, but the 𝗙𝗪𝗢𝗢 memory aid is really good. And if you have no time to read all of the things that I said, the code and the books, it's a good resource material for when you have no more time. And I think what a lot of people don't realize when they start law school is how important a book stand is. That you don't really think about it when you go to law school, but you'd be reading a lot, and it puts a strain on your posture, and it will give you a lot of like headaches and back pain if you're looking down in your table all the time, all day, every day. So a good book stand really helped me throughout my law school. So yeah.
Aside from what 𝗙𝗪𝗢𝗙𝗢𝗢𝗢 mentioned, I think I'd have to mention your insulated water bottles. As you guys mentioned earlier, some classmates of mine got hospitalized when we were in law school. We weren't eating right, we weren't drinking water. But if you bring your insulated water bottle, at least you're not eating, but still hydrated. Also, if you don't like using highlighters, you use colored pens. I opted for color pens in mga second year of law school. That's when I started because I realized the highlighters were too much for me.
Thank you so much for those answers po, attorneys. For those who are raising their hands right now, you may send your questions in the chat box and we will carefully select through. Another question. Good afternoon, attorneys. Thank you for sharing your insights and experience as a law student. I just want to ask, other than academic performance and extracurricular experiences, do you think that the name of the law school matters for big law firms in terms of hiring their associates? Thank you, attorney, and God bless. And this is from Lex Honos, Precious Noel Ongkenko.
Hi, the question was, I wasn't expecting that question actually, so I'm taken off guard. But I mean, honestly, I think, and I hate to say this, but I think it does matter to an extent, because certain law firms would pick lawyers from certain lawyers from certain law schools, but that doesn't prevent you actually from applying yourself in those law firms, and then based on your performance academically and all other extracurricular activities, then you could get into those firms. But the reality is, and it's just a sad reality that we live in, it is a factor for the big firms, the law school that you come from. So yeah.
I would have to agree with Attorney Palamos. It kind of does matter. But for me personally, LaSalle Law is a new law school. I can't say that it has a very big reputation. It's getting there. But the thing is, madadala mo siya sa interview. If yung law firm na to would be accepting of lawyers from big name law schools, these law firms are accepting of lawyers from not so big named law schools. Idaan mo siya sa interview, just like what I did.
Thank you, attorneys, for those answers again. So we have our next question from someone from Western Mindanao State University. How do you usually prepare for your exams? Have you ever experienced cramming? And if you did, how did it go? And do you have some tips for studying when you lost the drive to do so?
Oh, okay. How do I study for my exams? There are not a lot of quizzes kasi in Sanbeda. So you only take really just the midterms and the finals. So what I would do is I just go back to what I studied for my recitations and parang just hope for the best, basically. I have crammed. I am not naturally a crammer. I like planning things out. So honestly, the few times that I did cram did not go well for me because it's just not my style. I like having a schedule. So weeks before the midterms or finals, I already know what I'm going to study and when, because that's just how I am naturally as a person. But it is possible because I have a lot of friends who are crammers and thrive when they're experiencing time pressure, right? So I think it depends really on what suits you. So honestly, when I started law school and I didn't know very well how to study pa, I crammed a few times and I realized that those were my poorest performing examinations. So then I just had to edit my study habits, revise it to make way for not having to cram. Yeah.
For me, what I did was during the semester, I would read the book. From the book, I will make my own notes. And when it came time for quizzes, I would only review my notes and the coda. Now, there can be a samplex for a specific professor. You can review those samplex. Meron na siyang question and answer. You can also review the booklets of their previous students. Just read through it and understand how this professor would like you to answer their exam questions. And I think for the second question, I can't really remember what the second question was. I'm sorry. I hope you can remind me, Ika or Luis.
It was about cramming, Attorney Perez, if you've done it and if it worked for you.
Okay. Thank you, Attorney Palamos. For me, cramming is the only thing that works for me and I don't recommend it. The ideal would be what Attorney Palamos is doing. But if it's the only thing that works for you, just don't expect that you won't get the best of grades. That's just the truth of it.
Thank you so much for those answers po, and I agree. Nagkakram lang din po kasi talaga ako. For the last question, attorneys, what advice and motivation can you possibly give to working law students po?
Yeah, wow, that's good. I actually wasn't a working student. I was a 100% full-time student when I was in law school. But I had a lot of close friends who were working. And I super hanga ako sa kanila because they would go from work in the day and then class at night. And I don't know how they do it, that they have the energy and that they're able to cover as much topics as I did when they came from work. But I think what I learned from them, or what really inspired me about their experience, was that if there's a will, there's a way. If you really want to be a lawyer, you're going to find a way to study. So one of my closest friends in law school was a working student. And he told me that on the weekends, all he did was study. So he didn't go out with his family. Very rarely did he go out because he doesn't have time during the day to study the way that we would because we didn't have work. So it's really the dedication. And he always told me it's just discipline. So if you're disciplined enough to study when you have to and work when you have to, you'll get through it. He performed really well, and I'm so proud of him. But yeah, it's really just discipline. If it's what you want, you're going to find a way to do it. Thank you.
With my experience with classmates who are working students, we have a lot of night classes. So, kahit ko sila, I'd ask them, paano ka nakaaral? Nagtatrabaho ka pa? They would always tell me, during the short breaks between their workday, that's when they would study. 1-2 cases, basta may matapos sila, paunti-unti. Until matapos. And also, I would just like to share na the top one in our batch is a working student. It can be done in law school.
And for our last question, has it become a trend to you during your time in law school that being an all-nighter, doing an all-nighter is necessary to stay alive or stay active, especially preparing for quizzes, recitations, and other assessments?
Actually, I think my experience is more of an exception rather than the rule because I am not a night owl. So because our classes in San Beda end at around 9 p.m. When I get home, bagsak na, I'm asleep. And then I wake up at like 6 in the morning. So I think I am rare in the sense that I get like 7 or 8 hours of sleep every night because I know myself I couldn't function with not a lot of sleep. And I didn't drink a lot of coffee because in law school. So I really relied on my sleep. So although it was a trend, my friends, they would stay out in the coffee shops until they closed, and they would transfer to coffee shops, and the entire day they spent in coffee shops pulling all-nighters. That's a thing for most law students. But if you find a study habit that works for you, parang wag ka na lang ma-FOMO kasi they're out and they're studying and you're asleep. Because at the end of the day, your goal is to pass all together naman and, become lawyers. So if you're sleepy and you can't study and pull all-nighters, that's fine. I mean, I missed out on study sessions, but I was able to sleep. So
for me naman, I don't recommend all-nighters. You really need sleep talaga eh. Kahit 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours. For me, I cannot do what Attorney Palamos does or did. I have to do something at night or else puro anxiety na lang ako the next morning. So I would try to do something a little bit sa gabi, then continue na lang in the morning after I sleep. For yung mga study groups, I really didn't join them at all kasi I cannot function or study outside very well. So what I did was go home, study there, and just do my work at home. So it really depends kung anong mas preferred yung gawin.
Thank you very much for those tips, attorneys, and for answering our questions. Unfortunately, that is all the time that we have for our open forum. We hope that everyone is more enlightened and has gained understanding with the open forum that we had. Once again, thank you, Attorney Maria Isabela Palamos and Attorney 𝗙𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢 for gracing us today with your knowledge and expertise.
At this point, may we call on Ms. 𝗙𝗎𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢, UST Legal Management Vice President for Internal Affairs and Project Head, for the awarding of the certificate.
This certificate is hereby presented to Attorney Maria Isabela Palamos on the 19th of November 2022, signed by Marie Bernardine Pascua, Project Head and Secretary, 𝗙𝗎𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢, Project Head and Board Member, Josh Moncayo, Project Head and Vice President for Students' Rights and Affairs, Bianca Susi, President and CEO, and Assistant Prof. Elaine Chomarie G. Santos, CPA, PhD, Program Coordinator and Society Advisor of the UST Legal Management Society. Thank you so much for your valuable contribution to the success of our event.
thank you so much, and thank you to everyone who participated.
Thank you po.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez, and of course to our speakers, Attorney Palamos and Attorney Pernes. This is only for Attorney Parents Certificate of Appreciation. Thank you so much po for being with us today.
Thank you also for inviting me. I really enjoyed today and I really enjoyed engaging with you and answering your questions. Thank you so much.
Okay, let's proceed with a certificate presentation of Attorney John Veronica Pernes. The certificate is hereby presented to Attorney 𝗙𝗢𝗥𝗡 on the 19th of November 2022. We are very grateful for your valuable contribution for the success of today's event. Thank you so much, Attorney Pernes.
Thank you again. Grabe, this is only two of the various amazing speakers we have on our roster today. I'm sure some of our aspiring law avocados have their sights set on their prospective law school right now. Grabe no, it's such an honor to have a glimpse of what's it like inside some of the prestigious law schools that we have in our country. I can't wait to hear more from our next speakers. Ikaw ba, Luis?
I agree, Ika. And syempre, I feel na maraming aspiring Red Lions or Green Archers dito sa ating mga attendees. Our first two speakers really gave us a notable discussion about their experiences and their respective law schools. But before we proceed to our next speakers for today's event, let us break the ice with a quick game. Stretch muna tayo, guys, with an icebreaker from our socials committee.
That's right, Luis. And for our ka-avocados, the photo opportunity will be mangyayari po siya sa end. It will be facilitated at the end of our event. Yes. Ayan, avocados, get your head in the game because we have yet another cash prize for you. Without further ado, may we call on Caitlin and Alan from the Socials Committee to facilitate and explain the mechanics of our game.
Thank you, Luis and Ika. Alam ko, guys, excited na ba kayo sa pagbabalik namin?
For sure, excited na sila, Ellen. Lalo na, may GCash prizes ulit tayo. Kaya naman guys, sige na, as we tell you the mechanics of the game, prepare your gadgets dahil tayo ay maglalaro ng Kahoot.
That's right, guys. You heard it right. Meron ulit tayong GCash prizes. So ready your devices as we explain the mechanics of the game. Caitlin, mechanics reveal naman dyan.
So for the mechanics, first, there are 3 levels in this Kahoot game. Easy, medium, and hard. Questions will be flashed on the screen. Second, the game code will be flashed on the screen and the participants must input their name in this format. First name, last name, to be acknowledged. And third, the top 3 participants with the highest score will win. For the first prize with the highest score, the winner will receive 200 pesos. For the second prize, the winner will receive 100 pesos. And for the third prize, the winner will also receive 50 pesos. Again, guys, please remember to follow the format. First name, last name, to be acknowledged.
O, di ba guys, ang dali lang. Sasagot lang kayo and there's a chance na to win 200 pesos. Kaya wag na kayong mahiya and we'll open the code in 2 minutes. Kaya sumali na kayo.
Tama ka dyan, Ellen, kasi ako gusto ko rin sumali dito kaso hindi nga pala pwede kasi host ako nito. Pambili rin to ng kape or ng highlighter natin.
Ayan guys, the QR code daw is flashed on the screen.
And the game code is also flashed on the screen. Guys, salo na kayo kasi isasarad din tong game in a few minutes. And the link is also sent on the chat box.
Dami na nilang nakasali.
Guys, i-cheer nyo naman sa chat box or mag-react kayo sa kung may mga kaklase or mga friends na kayo na sumali dito.
Guys, pa-react na lang po ng anything green.
We will start the game in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. So guys, for our first question, ito na yung easy round. Easy round pa lang tayo. So for our first question, when was the main poster first posted on the Facebook page of LMSOC or the Legal Management Society?
Let's go guys! Kung alam nyo to, lalo na LMSOC, di ba Caitlin?
Tama ka dyan, Elan. Pero tandaan nyo na main poster ha, guys. Hindi ang teaser or main poster ito. Kaso, Elan, mukhang time's up na nga and that's correct. The correct answer is letter C. Great job sa nakakuha ng tamang answer.
Our podium at mukhang nangunguna si Miss 𝗙𝗎𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗡. Congrats sa mga nakakuha ng tamang answer. Let's move on to our second question. For our second question, add one out branches of government in the Philippines.
Nako, Elan, parang naririnig ko na to. Itong branches na to, since high school or elementary pa lang ako.
Hindi ka atang nakikinig sa social studies natin, ha?
Oo, dapat talaga makinig tayo. Kaso, time's up na.
Correct answer is letter B, Republic. Ayan guys, sana maraming nakatama sa ating question. So for our podium, mukhang nangunguna pa rin si Mix Bacoy.
For Mix Bacoy, kaya niya kayang i-secure ang first place? Let's find out as we proceed to our next question. So for our next question is, ito na yung medium round. So for the question, when did the Supreme Court declare PhilSat as unconstitutional?
Dali lang to para sa mga updated sa news, Caitlin.
And pinost din to ng LM-SOC, alam ko, trivia to.
Time is up, everyone. The correct answer is letter A. Yan, Caitlin, mukhang nagbago na ang ating podium at nangunguna si Mix Libunao.
And mag-proceed na tayo sa next question natin.
How many times has our constitution been amended?
Elan, parang even number ata to.
Time's up na po. The correct answer is letter C.
Naku, Elan, talaga namang lumalaban ang participants natin. Tingnan natin kung sino yung top 1 ngayon. Ayan, si Mix Libunao pa rin. Kaya niya kayang masecure yan. And mukhang, ayan, base sa ating poll ranking, ayan na nga sila.
Tayong mag-move on sa ating last question, Caitlin, for our hard round.
So for our last question, who attained the highest bar exam score in 1954 and what percentage did he get?
Guys, careful lang po sa pagsagot dahil baka malito kayo.
Nakakalito nga ang ating choices dito, Ellen. Kaso mukhang time's up na, everyone, and the correct answer is letter B. Congratulations and thank you for participating sa ating Kahoot game. But before anything else, syempre, let's check kung sino nga ba ang ating 3 excellent winners.
Yan, excited na ba kayo makita kung sino ang mga nanalo? For our third place, Mix Shay Miranda. For our second place, Mix 𝗙𝗎𝗢𝗙𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗡. And for our first place, drumroll naman po, Mix Chloe Libunao. Congratulations for securing first place. Ikaw ay tunay na excellent one.
Pahingi naman po ng balato dyan. Again, congratulations. And of course, thank you sa ating mga participants na talaga namang G para lang manalo. To our winners, kindly contact Ms. 𝗙𝗎𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢 through her messenger to claim your prize.
Congratulations again sa mga nanalo at sa mga nag-participate. Thank you so much. Again, kindly contact Ms. 𝗙𝗎𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢 through her messenger to claim your prize. Thank you, everyone. Back to you, Luis and Ika.
Thank you so much, Socials Committee, for that very avocadorable game. Again, congratulations to the 3 winners of our Kahoot game, Ms. Shay Miranda, Ms. 𝗙𝗎𝗢𝗙𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢, and lastly, our winner, Chloe Libunao. Kindly send a direct message to UST Legal Management Society Treasurer, Ms. 𝗙𝗎𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙𝗙
Ayan, dahil nakapag-icebreaker na tayo, are you guys ready for our next speaker? I know that our future avocados can't wait to hear from our remaining speakers. So let's keep the momentum going, shall we?
For our third speaker, she obtained her Juris Doctor degree from Ateneo de Manila University School of Law and was admitted to the bar in 2022. She is also a certified public accountant. She is currently an associate director for tax at 𝗙𝗢𝗥𝗨𝗢𝗢𝗡, where she managed at least 15 and collaborated in at least 25 tax and custom engagements in less than 16 months of active work.
During her law school years, she was actively involved in extracurricular activities. She has served as president, internal vice president, and active volunteer for the Ateneo Law Student Council, where she mentored co-council leaders, undertook at least 75 projects, collaborated with at least 30 organizations, assisted at least 5 beneficiaries, and negotiated with the school administration to resolve student body grievances and suggestions.
Without further ado, here to tell us more about the Blue Eagles, Ateneo de Manila University School of Law, Attorney Arian Yvette L. Races, CPA, JD.
Hi.
Hello, attorney.
Can you hear me?
Yes, po.
Yes, attorney.
Okay, let me just share my screen first. But good afternoon. Thank you for that very generous introduction. And thank you also to the UST Legal Management Society for inviting me today. Let me just share my screen. Okay. If you're able to see my screen, can I please request heart reactions from our attendees? Okay, thank you. So again, good afternoon and hello to everyone. I am Yen Race, a CPA lawyer. And actually, I'm not sure if I still have to go through the first few slides that I have, but I just wanted to quickly introduce myself and how I actually ended up as your speaker for this afternoon. So a while ago, the social network, right, gave their opening remarks, and then they mentioned something about to be a lawyer, you must first finish law school, right? But to be a lawyer, you also have to finish your undergraduate course. So in that sense, I guess it's I wanted to give everyone an advance congratulations, because if you think about it, you're already halfway through your journey to becoming a lawyer, because as I understand, all of our attendees, or at least most of you guys, are graduating students, right? So, well, for myself, I completed my BS Accountancy degree from the De La Salle University, and afterwards, I enrolled to the Ateneo Law School program, where I graduated in 2020. So if you can just imagine, I was one of those senior students taking our review classes when the pandemic hit. Actually, so the ECQ happened in around March, right? Early March. That's also the time that we were already trying to celebrate our last midterm exams, which eventually was canceled because of the pandemic. And it was just, it's not the usual exams that you would expect from law school. We only had to do some papers and the like, because everyone else, all the professors, even the students, were trying to adjust during the pandemic. But so I graduated in 2020. Our graduation was actually just a virtual one, because we had to graduate to be eligible to take the bar. But as you can also imagine, for the November 2020 bar, it was actually indefinitely postponed. So meaning we had these bar bulletins coming out, maraming rumors na, tuloy na ba, canceled daw, pero yung cancellation wala pang date or wala pang month, because everyone was still really trying to hope that the pandemic would be over in just a matter of months, right? But here we are. We're still in the pandemic. So anyway, my graduation was just virtual, but we did have our on-site graduation earlier this year. So you can see my photo here with my dad and my brother. And the rest of the photos are actually from my time in the Ateneo Law School. So these are my blockmates, my org mates, and here my best friend. She also took the bar together with me, and we had the same venue, which was in 𝗙𝗪 in Taft. So there. So that's how I ended up, I guess, to be your resource speaker, because if I didn't pass that the best bar ever, then I wouldn't be here, right? So anyway, I'll just share with you my discussion outline for this afternoon. First, I'll be showing you a quick video. This is a virtual campus tour of the Ateneo Law Campus in Rockwell, just so you can also have a glimpse of how the building is like, because actually we're just housed in one building, and we only have 2 floors for our classrooms, because the other floor is for the Ateneo Law Graduate School of Business. So yung mga nag-MBA, we're in the same building as them. Second, I'll be sharing with you my student life in Ateneo Law. And third, I'll be giving you 5 tips on how to survive the Ateneo Law JD program. After that, as you can see, hinuli ko yung admissions and scholarships, because I think I had to make some introductions first about the school para mabudol kayo. And then that's when I think you'll be interested with admissions and scholarship. So let's move on. So we'll first have our virtual campus tour. This is actually a video, so please let me know if you can hear the audio, okay? I'll also try to talk through the video just so you can actually have a tour. So this is our building. There's a basement where we have a plenary room, but this is the first floor. We have our own chapel for the Catholics, and we also have our multi-religion rooms for multi-religion prayer rooms. Sorry, I think there was a lag on the video, but there. Here's the empty space on the ground floor, and now we have the cafeteria where we usually eat but also study at the same time. We also have our offices on the first floor. It includes also the Rex bookstore. This one is a study area for the graduate students for business, but usually it's the law students which occupy that also. This is a normal classroom in Ateneo. For this one, this is where you'll be processing your admissions papers. And then now we're at the 4th floor, which houses 3 plenary rooms: Veritas, Justicia, and Integritas. So this is where we usually hold our parties for professors or block parties and the like. So here you can see it's overlooking the 3rd floor. This is actually the Titanic, as we call it, because it looks like Titanic, and you can somewhat pose as if you are Jack and Rose. But here we also have our 4th floor cafeteria, coffee shop. But I'm not sure if they're actually operating right now because of the pandemic. But at least during my time, they were. This is the library. There's lots of books for law and also business. This is a dedicated space for our barristers and also those who are enrolling to the Ateneo Law Bar program. There are also computers, and we also have our own blessings in the campus. So there. I hope you were able to view that video. I think it was lagging for some time, but for for now, I'll be sharing with you my student life at the Ateneo Law. I won't be dealing with much detail because in general in Ateneo, we just follow a Socratic method. And then that's our daily grind, basically. So we have to come prepared to class with all the cases which we should be ready to be reciting on. So Socratic method, as the previous speakers have already mentioned, you study on your own, and then the professor
exercise. Iwan, sa paggamitahan, nagmandi ko sa
Can we just request? Okay, thank you. So for the Socratic method, we usually come prepared in class, and then that's when the professor would be shuffling the index cards. So you have your dedicated index card. I think some undergraduate classes also use that method, wherein you see the professor shuffling the index cards, and you're trembling because you're wondering if it's you who's going to be the next one to be called. But in any case, that's usually the daily grind in law school. So when you do get called, you stand up, you recite the facts and the whole case, even up until the final ruling, right? So that's actually the usual class day in Ateneo. But aside from those already mentioned by the previous resource speakers, I actually wanted to focus on how it is different in Ateneo Law. So in Ateneo, you will actually be choosing your block. So for first year students, we have 6 blocks. That's blocks A to F. But for our blocks, it's not like in San Beda, which I think is there's a cream section, right? And then parang based ata sa averages. But for us, it's really more of the time of classes that you prefer. So for the morning classes, we usually have that for blocks A and B. And then for blocks C and D, that's the midday classes. So their day usually starts at 1 p.m. And then for blocks E and F, that's the 6 to 9 evening classes, 6 to 9 p.m. So for me, when I enrolled, well, during your first enrollment, once you're admitted, that's when you get to choose which block you want. So for me, I wanted to take the night classes because I'm a night owl. So I got to block F. So that's my first year basically with this first photo. These are my blockmates for the first year. But in Ateneo, what's different is after your first year, some of your blockmates would get dismissed, or some of them would also just withdraw themselves from the program. So usually from a batch of 320 people, that's the total class population for 6 blocks, we get trimmed down to 200. So from the 200, because that can be fit into 4 blocks, we usually have our reblocking during the end of the first year. So for example, for Ateneo, the usual practice is to dissolve blocks E and F. So imagine I'm part of that block F. So from there, we had to choose again our blocks, either block A, B, C, or D. And then for me, I was able to transfer to this set of people, my new blockmates from 2nd year to 4th year. So that will be your block already for the rest of your stay. So in a sense, for me, it was kind of a blessing in disguise because I was able to connect with more people, twice the size of a normal block, right? And I think that's one way that Ateneo Law is different with the others. So it's really just a mixture of people, not really based on grades, but really mostly based on how you have your body clock. So there. Aside from your law school block, we also have our very own orientation seminar. This is a 3-day program. Well, before the pandemic. This is a 3-day program wherein you get to know your block. There's also some tips on how to ace your classes, how to read a case, how to digest a case, and basically this is also how to answer your exams, right? So the 𝗙𝗨𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢 method, as previously discussed a while ago. Those are the things that you will be learning during the orientation seminar. And aside from those skills, you get to create your bond with your block, which is very important in your law school journey. So there, after the orientation seminar, that's actually the 3-day program before the actual start of the first sem. We also have your introduction to law. So this is not my introduction to law class, because this seems to be a lovely photo, right? Like with lively people, not being nervous or anxious of anything. But this is the setup. This is the same room that we use for our introduction to law class, wherein the whole batch of 320 freshies would be in one plenary room, and then one professor who would be leading the discussion would be up in front, and then it's the usual recitations, but then that professor has a master list of the whole batch. So imagine being called in this plenary session of 300 plus students to do the recitation on your introduction to law class. So I think this is another difference from the other law schools, because I think in other law schools, they have the introduction to law as a 1-unit subject during the first semester. But for Ateneo Law, we have this 1-week program for introduction to law, and that's what you're going to do day in and day out for 5 days. And I think it's a good way, because you get to know, you get to be introduced with law theories and some foundations even before you step into the first semester classes. So there. Another thing about life at Ateneo Law is that we have a lot of student organizations. And as mentioned during the introduction, for myself, I was an active volunteer and student leader in the student organizations in Ateneo Law. So I was the president of Ateneo Law Student Council. I was also the hotel operations head for our bar operations, and also the civil law head for the bar operations. I also volunteered as an intern at Ateneo Human Rights Center. So this is that photo where we have human rights advocacies for women, children, for detainees or detained prisoners. And aside from those, I also volunteered for quite a bit for 𝗙𝗨𝗧𝗨𝗥𝗘. It's the Environmental Law Society of Ateneo, and this we have a trip to Masumi every now and then, or even tree planting activities and the like. And then this photo here is actually a party for Ateneo Law, Ateneo Med, and Ateneo Graduate School of Business students. So these are the student council officers of those 3 graduate schools of Ateneo. So what's the takeaway here, right? What I just wanted to show is that you also get to build your network while you're in law school, and at least from my perspective for Ateneo, we're not limited to the law school community. We're also very active with interlaw projects with ALSP, or the Associations of Law Schools of the Philippines, and also we have that connections with Ateneo Med and Ateneo Graduate School of Business for inter-school projects. So there. I guess those are the 4 things that I can think at the top of my mind that sets Ateneo Law apart. So now I'll be moving on to my hacks or my tips for you on how you can survive at the Ateneo Law JD program and also even the other law school programs of other schools here. So, well, first off, this is going to be the bulk of my talk. So I just wanted to check if everyone's still with me. Can I please request a heart reaction if you're still with me? Please don't sleep. Okay, yeah, thank you for those who reacted. Okay, let's move on. So these are just 5 things, and I tried to sum it up in such a way that it can be general, that you can also use it for your law school journey, even if you're not enrolling into the Ateneo Law. So number 1, you have to be self-aware. So I heard some of the questions during the open forum a while ago with Attorney Pernes and Attorney Palamos. And some of you were asking them, were you cramming? Were you a night owl and the like? But this law school hack really just tells you, you have to go at your own pace. You have to be self-aware how you learn, because these are the things that will really depend on your individual capacity and your priorities, right? So for this, I actually prepared you a sample study area. This is you. Apologies if you're a guy, but well, you have long hair here. And then you always have your laptop if it's still an online class, and your books and your to-do lists, right? So for me, being self-aware means knowing your study habits, and emphasis on the word your, because it has to be your study habits, not your friend's study habits. So that means you have to know how you get in the zone, how you learn, how you retain and remember all the information that you've read, and also how you retain what you are learning in class. So learning in class meaning that's from your professor, from your blockmates, and other friends in the community. So aside from knowing your study habits, you also have to know how much time you have versus how fast you read. Because during my bar preparation, I always get this question, Oy, nakailang reads ka na? Nasaan ka na? Or natapos mo na ba yung ganitong book? Or ako, pang 5 book ko na, yung mga ganon. So there are these friends who would share those information with you. But just know that you have to be on track of your own progress. And if your progress is as slow as a snail, that's okay, as long as you feel comfortable about that, and as long as you know how much time you still have, right? So don't compare yourselves with friends who may be able to finish the originals, all the originals of a case, right? Some of us can only finish digests. Some of us won't even finish the digests for the day. So it's really just dependent on yourself and how you're comfortable with that. If you want to cram during the class, that's okay. But I don't recommend that because honestly, sobrang nakaka-high blood yung nagka-cram ka right in the class. So it's still better to come prepared, but it's really more of your definition of being prepared, right? You don't have to compare it with your peers. So next, you also have to know which books and topics you understand better, and which you enjoy reading and which ones you don't, right? So there are a lot of materials for law school. You have the original books, and for books or commentaries, you have a lot of gifted authors there. But the question is, which type of commentary works best with you? So there's you would find this along the way, but there are books that are easier to read based on how you want the cases and the facts to be presented. So my advice is to find those type of books type of authors that you feel comfortable accessing, because that's where you can focus your time and energy. Because if it works for you, then you don't have to compare with your peers na, oy, bakit yung gamit niya ito, pero ako gamit ko ito. Tapos, or it also applies to stop you from using what your professor is using. So sometimes we get to know, or we get to track what the professor kasi is using as a commentary for his or her lectures, right? But then don't be pressured into buying or accessing that separate book if that doesn't work for you, because you're just wasting time. And in law school, time is very precious, time is very limited, and you really have to make the most out of what you can do. So this is the last portion for that first hack. Actually, all of these, you also have to consider what are your outside commitments, right? Because your life doesn't really just revolve in law school. You also have your families, or maybe your other relationships, right? And you really just have to balance everything out, because, well, this leads me to my second hack, which is to take care of your health, especially your mental health. So in law school, there can be instances that you would be feeling down, anxious, nervous, everything that can take a toll on your mental health. And that's okay, I think. That's normal. It's really just a matter of you trying to exert an effort to take care of your health. So that's mental health, physical health, emotional health, and basically your whole well-being, right? So hindi naman pwede na everyday pizza na lang kakainin mo kasi yun lang yung 24/7, or like in a day baka nakaka-5 coffee ka na, so that might be a little dangerous, right? So you have to really take care of your health, because you can't really just wanted to emphasize that. So there, I think you know what I mean already. Mental health is already a talked about topic nowadays. So I hope you focus on this one. Next, law school hack number 3 would be to surround yourself with a reliable support system. So with the support system, what I mean is it can still be your friends right now in undergraduate, in your undergrad courses. It can be your blockmates who you will be meeting during your law school journey. It can be your org mates. It can be your significant other. It can be your siblings, your parents, your relatives, right? As long as you find that reliable support system, then I think you would be better off in law school, because you really have to find someone who you can depend on. Kasi being in law school can be very volatile. One day you had this amazing recitation, right? And then you feel like you aced that recitation. But then the next day, anything can happen. Receiving an exam score, or maybe being called out of nowhere, being called twice in a certain class where you expected not to be called. It can really be a high-low situation in law school. So it's really helpful to have your support system whom you can share your ups and downs with. Next, law school hack is to never stop learning. So this one, I have some sub hacks moving forward. First would be to treat every case like a family reunion story or a friend's chica. This is a tip I learned from another friend who also knew an upperclassman, and then which really makes sense, right? Because for all the cases that you have to read for a certain day, usually makakalimutan mo yung ibang facts eh. Pero pag chika yan ng friend mo, it wouldn't be negligible, or it's something that you might be taking some of the little notes of, little details, right? Because you're interested in that chika. So basically, this tip is more of be interested in the case that you're reading, because if you're just reading it as if just so you can tick off a list of cases that you have to go through, then that won't really be helpful. It really has to be a full heart, interested mode type of reading that you have to put into the cases that you read. Second, when I was a bar ops oxy, or like a runner for a bar barrister, I also learned that as early as your first year, you already have to familiarize yourself with your bar syllabus, which is usually changing every year, but then the majority of it would really just stay as it is, right? So this bar syllabus, I actually have a screenshot here as a sample. This is the civil law bar syllabus for, I think, 2019. And as you can see here, you can already take a bird's eye view of the subjects that you will be taking in your first to third year classes. So for persons, for example, these are the types of subtopics, right, that you will be going through a 5-unit class in your first year, first sem. So at least by looking at the bar syllabus, you can already prepare yourself na, oh, okay, we're going to learn about persons, we're going to learn about their rights and obligations. If they are in intimate relationships, we're going to learn about marriage, or what requisites are needed, and the like. So this is kind of your roadmap already for a 5-unit class in law school. And it helps that you do this exercise for every start of your the sem, so that you can get ready with the possible you can prepare your mindset, right, with the possible new knowledge that you will be gaining throughout that semester. Next, I also learned as a human rights counsel intern that there are lots of paths on how to practice law. And actually, a while ago during the opening remarks, I kind of smiled a little because the social network attorneys were sharing with us, right, na hindi lang one way ang pagiging lawyer. You can be anything. You can be a litigator, you can be an in-house counsel, you can be a pro bono lawyer, you can be a family counselor, or a legal advisor to a family, right? Or but then for the organization that I joined in, which is Ateneo Human Rights Center, I learned that there's also this thing called alternative lawyering, wherein it's really more of teaching the law to the people who can't access law school, who can't have access even to an undergrad course. So there's that alternative lawyering, wherein as part of our Human Rights Center immersion, we were actually we were asked to visit a Mangyan tribe in Mindoro, and then we spent 1 week there without gadgets and with limited clothes, with limited supplies, and even food, because we had to learn how to live with the Mangyan, right? And aside from that, after knowing their daily life or their usual legal concerns, we actually share with them. We teach them the basics of constitution, or how there are 3 departments in the government, right? Or how land ownership can matter to them. because these are the people who can't really go to Manila or even to their city near the ancestral domain, right? But then they would need that knowledge of the law so that they can protect themselves, especially they are indigenous people. So they have certain rights under a special law, right? So that's a type of lawyering that we can also practice. I was actually tempted to do that, and I am still considering that as one of my options moving forward. But some of you might say that it's kind of hypocritic for me to tell because I'm in Manila with a big firm. But in a way, your law school journey can open those paths to you. You can meet a lot of professors, a lot of lawyers who would present to you other opportunities, not just being a lawyer as in suits or how to get away with murder, right? So it can really take you to other paths of practicing law. So, well, we're just going back to the law school hack, which is to never stop learning. So everyone you see in law school or you meet in law school, you'll be able to learn something from them. So don't close your minds when those opportunity arises. Next, as a student council officer, I learned that lawyering is a small world. So you, in a sense, I actually just wanted to tell you that you have to take note of this whenever you act as a law student, and well, practically up until you practice law, because your friend can know a friend of a friend, which knows another friend, right? So lawyering is really a small world in a sense that what you do now can have an effect to you in the next few years or the like. So for example, as a student council officer, I was able to network with some law firms for certain projects where they were sponsoring. And because they were appreciative of the project that we handled with them, one partner actually offered me a job already as early as fourth year of law school. So it's really just that. And also it can be as your dean mentioning that, oh, this person is great with academics, great with handling projects and the like. So it can be a word of mouth really in the law practice. So you have to be careful also. This is a double-edged sword. So if you do something good, it spreads, right? But also in the other side of the spectrum, if you do something bad, then it might also cost you your career path in law. So there. Last hack for today is to always hold on to your why. That is why you want to be a lawyer. So for myself, I actually was pushed into law school by my father. It was his dream for himself to be a CPA lawyer. But then, well, I found myself following that exact path. And then I went on to be a CPA, and then now I went on to be a lawyer. But during law school, it really helps you. It really helps if you stick on to your why. So, as stated earlier, there will be highs and lows. And when you get to the lows of law school, you would be asking yourself, bakit ko ba kasi ginagawa to? Or bakit ko ba pinapahirapan yung sarili ko? And all those questions, right? Which lead you to think, para ba ako sa law school? Or para ba ako, deserve ko ba maging lawyer? Or something like that. So if you ask yourself those questions, it's really more of self-doubt building upon you. And the question is, how do you get yourself back on track, right? So the answer would be to hold on to your why. Is it to make your parents proud? Is it because you have a previous experience wherein you wanted really to uphold justice for someone else or for yourself or for a relative? Is it really because you want to pursue this path so that you can you can help other people, right? So this is why it really has to be your own why. It For my case, it can, if I only stuck with kasi sabi ng dad ko mag-lawyer ako, that wouldn't take me up to where I am now. I would have quit law school if yun lang yung reason ko. I'm not saying that it's a shallow reason, but it's really it's not my own reason eh. So I don't think that would have gotten me through law school. What I'm saying is throughout my stay in law school, I found my own why other than the purpose that my dad laid on to me, right? So I hope you can also look into yourself before going through the admissions process, or even while getting ready for law school next year. I hope you look into yourself and assess your why. Why do you want to be a lawyer? And whatever that is, nothing small or too big to be a reason. Please write that down so that you can always look back to that whenever you're feeling down during your law school journey. Okay, so that's my last hack for you actually. This is a summary in case you wanted to take a photo, but also I'll be sharing this slide deck with the 𝗙𝗎𝗓𝗙𝗪𝗓 so that they can share it across to you. Okay, last part of my discussion would be admissions and scholarships. And right by this time, I'm hoping nabudol ko na kayo, right? So for admissions and scholarships, really it's very straightforward. For next year, for those who are already thinking of going straight to law school, the applications will be starting on December 1, and then the close of that application would be February 24 next year. And then there is an application fee of 3,500. And then for the list of requirements and other information, you can visit this website so that you can be guided. It's really very straightforward. For admissions in Ateneo Law, once you apply, well, this is what I experienced right before pandemic. Ateneo usually has 4 runs of its exams. There's one exam in December, January, February, and March, or April. Sometimes it also takes April. But so those are the exam dates, but the results will be just one result, one consolidated list. What happens with us is it's just an exam, which is very actually basic exam. There's logic, there's English, vocabulary, there's also an essay writing portion. It's very it will just test your basic knowledge, really. Wala naman siyang questions on constitution or any legal aspect. It's more of your basic knowledge, so that can really be taken care of by your undergraduate course or even general knowledge. But from that exam, Ateneo usually just selects 300 to 320 applicants. So this 320, I'm not sure how they choose this, but I'm guessing it's mostly based on the exam plus your grades in college, because the TOR, or transcript of records, is one of the requirements for the application. So based on the exam and TOR, that's where they get the top 320 students who will be admitted. So this is what we call the first list. And usually the first list is posted around early May or late April. And then from that first list, they are given a certain time period wherein they have to confirm their attendance to the Ateneo Law Program. From there, actually, what really happens every year is hindi lahat ng 320 na yon na nasa first list would say yes. Because it is also around the time of early May when the other schools, law schools, would be releasing their results. So some of those won't be confirming with Ateneo Law. So that's where the second list comes in. So let's say 50 spots from the 320 opened up. That means there will be another 50 persons on the second list. So how do you get into the second list if you're not able to join the first list, right? So there's an interview process. There are waitlisted applicants. So, sorry, just to backtrack a little. So by early May, what you get is either you're accepted into the first list, you're waitlisted, or unfortunately, if you fail. So for the waitlisted people, they will be, as the term itself connotes, it's waitlisted because it will depend on how many slots will be opening up from the first list. So for you to be on the second list, you have to be on the wait list plus an interview with a panel of professors from the admissions committee of Ateneo Law. So there, once you have confirmed as part of the first list, or once you get your admission through the second list, then you can already enroll. So, well, I think most of you would be wanting to hear also about scholarships, because let's be honest, law school, even not in Ateneo, law school can be really pricey, right? And the tuition fees are, hindi lang naman yun yung cost mo for being in law school. You also have to get your books, you also have your photocopies every day, and all other materials like 𝗙𝗓 and the like. So for this last portion of my discussion, there are actually a lot of Ateneo Law scholarships. We have scholarships, we have grants in aid, and we also have student loans. And these three are usually based on academic achievement. There's a required QPI, or required average, for you to be eligible for the scholarship. And there's also that actual need or financial need for you to comply with. And then this is granted on a semestral basis. So it's not like in, I think it was 𝗙𝗩𝗢𝗢𝗢 with Attorney 𝗙𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢 a while ago, wherein she mentioned there's a whole year scholarship, but in Ateneo it's on a semestral basis. So at least that's for the scholarships granted directly by Ateneo Law. But aside from that, you can also try to access external scholarships. So we also have the Ateneo Law Alumni Association Incorporated. So that's the Alumni Association, wherein they also take in scholars, usually for a few years, or even, well, I think it depends on how you will be able to convince the organization, right? But usually external scholarships can be more flexible in terms of the amount or the frequency of the scholarship requirements. So there, that's the end of my presentation. I hope I didn't exceed my time, but if you have any questions, you can contact me by scanning the QR code here. And because my email address is quite long, so better for you to scan the QR code na lang. I'll let the screen be shared for a few minutes, but that's it for my presentation. I hope you were able to get some insights on how it is to be a law student in Ateneo Law, and all the best, future avocados. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Attorney Rase, for that very informative and inspiring presentation. Personally, best believe po that I took note of your hacks, especially in getting to know yourself in terms of how you study and be self-aware. Again, thank you, Attorney Rase, for sharing your discussion with us this afternoon. I am sure our future avocados can't wait to meet our next speaker, right, Luis?
That's true, Ika. So our fourth speaker passed the 2020-2021 bar examinations with exemplary performance. She also earned a Juris Doctor degree from the UST Faculty of Civil Law, where she was a consistent Dean's Lister, ultimately graduating as a magna cum laude and a recipient for the Rector's Award for Academic Excellence.
Additionally, prior to becoming an associate at Divina Law, she worked as a legal assistant in the same company and interned at the Supreme Court of the Philippines under the Office of Associate Justice Amy Mazaro Javier.
So without further ado, here to share us her full-blown FEMACIAN journey, Attorney Edria Jean Ramirez.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Attorney.
Can you clearly hear me, everyone?
Yes, Attorney.
Okay, can I share my screen for the PowerPoint
Yes.
presentation? Okay. Can everyone see the presentation?
Yes, Attorney.
Oh, okay. Wait a minute. Okay, so good afternoon. I am Edria Jean Ramirez, your fourth speaker for today in the Law School Forum by the UST Legal Management Society. And of course, this Legal Management Society from UST is close to my heart because I'm one of their alumni. Okay, so start na tayo. So, for the first part of my talk, I am tasked to discuss the admission process to the University of Santo Tomas because I also am a UST law student. Okay, I was a UST law student. So for more detailed information with respect to the admission process to the University of Santo Tomas, you can just go to the website na lang, yung lawadmission.ust.edu.ph or .edu.ph, and then you can just read it because it's very straightforward naman. And then, but still, I also write a summary of this admission process to the university. Okay? So first is you need to accomplish the online application. Application requirements, of course, you should pay. And for the application requirements, the 2x2 ID picture, college transcript of scholastic records, and PSA birth certificate. Certificate of good moral character, application fee, 1,100 pesos. And then, during our time, we have a UST law entrance exam, but now, tinanggal na nila yun because of the PhilSat, I think. But there is still an interview. With respect to the interview naman, it depends on the interviewer. Because during my time, the interviewer is actually serious. Tinanong niya ako, okay, Ms. Ramirez, what is an obligation? Pinag-recite agad ako during the interview. What is marriage, etc. But when I asked others, with respect to their experience sa interview nila with UST Law, they were just asked about their love life. So, depende talaga sa interviewer yan. And the interviewer is actually a professor from UST Law. So, it depends kung sino interviewer niya. I do not know if they still have the same set of interviewers. And I do not know if, as of the moment, it's more stringent since they already dispensed with the entrance test. Okay? So, if you have questions with respect to the application requirements, you can just message me or just go to the UST website as shown here, lawadmission.ust.edu.ph. Okay? So am I going too fast or my pacing is okay? Okay, just leave a message or send a heart react if my pacing is okay. Okay? Okay, thank you. And then next is the university experience. So I am tasked to convince you to go to UST Law. Well, for me, every law student is actually equal with respect to the laws that we will study. We study the same codal and sometimes we have the same set of professors. So if you're going to choose a university, I think it's more on the culture of the said university. So as for me, I will discuss ano ba yung UST Law culture, ano sa tingin ko yung pros if you will go to UST Law. So first, I was also tasked by the UST Legal Management Society to list the organizations. Well, you will know these university organizations during the UST Freshman Orientation Week, but just to give you a some sort of glimpse of the university organizations at UST Law, I just listed them. The UST Civil Law Student Council, UST Law Debate and Moot Society, UST COMELEC, UST Law Bar Operations, and UST Law Review. I can personally speak on behalf of UST Law Bar Operations since I was the Secretary General of the Golden Notes in 2019 and 2020. Bakit UST Law Bar Ops? Because you feel a sense of happiness whenever you try to alleviate or to lessen the burden of a bar exam taker as a future bar exam taker. So this is very timely kasi bukas na yung last day ng bar exams ng 2022. So if you know any bar exam taker, please message them. And please pray for future lawyers. And please pray for yourselves as well as future lawyers. Okay, let's always pray for each other. Okay, next is the UST law culture. So again, if you're going to choose a law school, I think it's more of on the culture, on the people you will interact with. Since we study the same law, we study the same materials. Okay, so what sets the UST law apart from all the other law schools? I think first is the fact that we have our uniforms. Well, for others, it's a disadvantage, but for me, as a nerd, as a person who only minds my lectures, my lessons, then having a uniform is actually convenient. It's a no-brainer. You just wear a uniform, go to school, and you only have to think about your case digest, your lessons, and your professor will not judge you with respect to what you are wearing because it's the uniform. So for the girls, we have a blazer with the UST logo, and also for the innerwear, you can have any colored white polo. And for the boys, we have this barong. So here are my blockmates. Can you still see the presentation? Is it?
Yes, attorney.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the response. Okay, so here are my blockmates, and here they are flaunting their barong. So gusot-gusot, ang tawag din ay gusot mayaman, sabi nung nakaisip ng uniform namin. So kesa naman naka-suit-in tayong boys, mainit. So I think okay lang na barong yung official uniform ng UST law with respect to men. Okay, next. Okay, next is cash incentives. So my story with respect to why I chose UST law is because of the fact during the day of my graduation, as in sa araw ng graduation ko, pagbaba ko ng stage, there's this letter from the Dean of UST Law, Dean Milo Divina. So yung letter niya, since I'm one of the graduates with Latin honors, okay, during my graduation in LM, the letter tried to convince me to enroll in UST Law. Other than the invitation to enroll in UST Law, the dean listed the things that he will give me if I study in UST Law. So he listed dorm allowance, book allowance, etc. And as a scholar from high school, which I heavily rely on scholarships because my family is not well off. Well, as a dukha, UST law is the best law school for me with respect to cash incentives because as stated a while ago, law school is really pricey. So I need the one that will give me free tuition fee plus cash incentives. So to give you, okay, so parang ganyan si Dean Divine, para siyang si Oprah, na lahat binibigay niya ng allowance. Book allowance, dorm allowance, lahat nasa binibigay ni Dean. So that's how generous our Dean is. And he's already on, I think on the 4th term. He will never be replaced as the Dean of UST Law. So anyway, for the benefits, here's like a summary among other things. This is the one that I can remember. So for undergrad, may book allowance. For the magna cum laude, 50% tuition fee. Sagot ni Dean, 50% ng tuition fee, sagot ng university. So in total, I have 100%. 100% tuition fee is all covered. And then next, if you're a Dean's Lister, may book allowance ka din. If you're best in something, not at all subjects, this is only applicable to bar exam subjects. So pag best in criminal law ka, meron kang cash incentive like 3,000, best in obligations and contracts, you have a cash incentive. So technically, you're being paid to study. And with respect to being a law student in general, during my last semester in UST, there's a sudden shift. There's a sudden shift to online classes. So our dean, our very generous dean, gave us internet subsidy of 500 pesos a month. And also, you will get money whenever dean wants to give money, literally. So, for example, when I was a student in Merc Review classes, when he will miss a class, I think our classes are scheduled on Wednesdays. When he misses a Wednesday class, he will schedule a makeup class either on Saturday or on Sunday. So when we attend this makeup class on Sunday or Saturday, he will give us 1,000 or 500 pesos because it's a transportation allowance according to him, since we made an effort to go to class on a Sunday or on a Saturday. So sometimes we actually wish na sana hindi muna mag-attend si Dean ng Wednesday classes para may money tayo ng Sunday. So, okay, other than flaunting this, we have, when you are a bar examinee, you have a bar allowance. And then, I think I will discuss this later na lang with respect to advantages of the university, of being in UST Law, if you are a bar examinee. Okay, so next. Okay, of course, one of the peculiarities of being in UST Law is we don't have a thesis. So during my 4th year, we only focused on our review subjects. We only focused on studying for the bar. I don't think it's really a pro, but I think it's more of the convenience for me at the time. And as you all know, we are still considered as Juris Doctors without the thesis. So we only focus on our bar review subjects. We only focus on studying for the bar without minding, without being bothered by any thesis work. Okay? So next. Okay. Of course, again, since being a law student, I don't know if this is still applicable, but before, we have everything photocopied. The cases, the books, I mean, not the books, the entire book, but some of the reading materials our professors will give us, we have a photocopy of everything, the syllabus, etc. So I think it's an advantage if you are in UST Law, if it is in a face-to-face classes setup, since there's cheap photocopying services everywhere and also cheap food, cheap coffee everywhere. Unlike if the university is placed in a, for example, Makati, where there's a higher cost of living. But for UST Law, it's a very student-friendly lahat ng prices for photocopying, printing, food. I don't think it's applicable now though, because I think the students are more paperless now in studying because they use their tablets, their iPads, etc. So I think it's just one of the advantages. So other than money, there are other things to consider if you want to be in UST law. Okay. Okay, so for the next part of my talk, it's the bar exam preparation. I think I'm not a reliable resource speaker with respect to the bar exam preparation because I am a 2020 graduate and my bar exam was just last February 2022. I took the bar exams in a really peculiar circumstances. So with respect to preparation, I think it's my preparation is more of an exception than the general rule. And again, our bar exam is a pro hac vice thing. So I would like to just focus on what is the advantage of being in UST law with respect to bar exam preparations. So during my time and also now, we have a free bar review center, which is the 𝗙𝗎𝗎𝗎 Review Center, owned by our dean. And also, if you are not aware, you pay review centers for like 15,000 or 20,000, and if you will take the mock bar exams of the said review centers, you will pay additional 3,000, etc. But here, if you take the mock bar exams prepared by the review center, actually you will get paid. So you will get paid if you take the mock bar exam. It's the other way around. So it's really a great advantage, especially during the pandemic, since I'm in a limbo that time. I don't want to look for a job because I want to focus on my bar review, and these cash incentives were the ones that sustained me during the said bar review. And again, you get paid for studying. You get paid for studying, for taking the mock bar. And the advantage of our university, other than the free review center, there's also a free bar coach. I am actually a bar coach since I am one of the alumni of the USD Faculty of Civil Law, and I have a coachee. So it's also for free. You have a bar coach for free. And other than that, during the day of the bar exam, you also have a bar allowance of like 2,000 pesos and all other things. And then, of course, a very efficient bar operations. And then you have golden notes and other things. You have great advantage when you are a bar examinee and also from the University of Santo Tomas. Okay. So tips for preparing for the bar exam. As stated, I am not a reliable research speaker since I took the bar under peculiar circumstances. But if there's one thing that I will tell you right now, as a legal management student, you should start preparing for the bar exam from the first day of law school. Well, since you're a legal management student, you can actually have this mindset that you are studying for the bar exam as early as now. Again, as a legal management student, you have this advantage of being familiar with the civil code, the family code, and sometimes not just even familiar, since you studied obligations and contracts. You already you studied labor law, revised penal code. So you should take advantage of this legal management program and have this mindset that you are studying for the bar exam. Because if you have this mindset, you have an extra motivation to retain the information and to process the information. And also, during my bar exam, there are a number of bar examinees that will tell me what is the best study method, what are the tips that I will give them. Well, at that point, you're already a bar examinee. So I always tell them that your study method is always the best method. you graduated from law school, you already have this system, stick to it. That's what I always tell them. I don't give them any advice because they already survived law school. There's no point in changing your method during the bar exam. So you have to have a solid study technique or study method during your law school days, or as early as now. You should start developing a study habit or a study method. So with that, I will discuss the strategies that I employed while studying as a law student. So my first strategy, the strategy that I employed is having a study group. So as a disclaimer, again, what works for me will not necessarily work for you. So please take everything with a grain of salt. And according to what Attorney and a while ago, you should be self-aware. Know yourself. Know what works for you. Your study method is the best method. So for me, I have a study group. So these are the pictures of my study buddies. During law school, we always study at coffee shops because if I study at the dormitory, then I will just sleep. And I think it's not just having a study buddy, it's the members of the said study group must have the same mindset as you. They must have the same grit. They must have the same goal as you. They must have the same core principles because it will link to you. So pag tinatamad ka, sobrang sipag ng member ng study group mo, sisipagin ka pa din kahit inaantok ka. And actually, during those times where I cannot read anymore because I had an all-nighter, I was having a vertigo that time. Discussing with them helped me because I cannot read anymore. So their discussions really helped me as a law student. And then this is my core group. These people trusted me to always discuss them certain topics during law school. So one of my study techniques is the Feynman technique. When you speak of the Feynman technique, it's discussing to other people what you want to learn, what you have just learned. So, for example, if I studied something and I understood it, and it's just for myself, or it ends there, it will not stick to my memory. It will not stick to my brain. But if you studied it and then you will discuss it later to your best friend or to a classmate who trusted you, who is really confused with the said lesson, it will motivate you more to understand the lesson. And this act of discussing the topic to your friend, to your classmate, actually helped me to retain the information in my brain. So if you're studying for others, if you're studying to explain, if you're studying to discuss it to your study group, then it gives you an extra motivation rather than to retain the information rather than just studying for yourself. So it's doing things for others that motivates me as a law student. I don't know what will motivate you, but that worked for me. So next is strategies employed. Again, the other one is caudal scheme. When I was a legal management student, I have a caudal na. So I think you guys also have caudals in your subjects right now as a legal management student. But before, during my undergrad, I will not write on my caudal because I think nababoy siya, or I want my caudal to be sacred. So that technique is actually wrong, since the caudal for me is a basic necessity with respect to studying as a law student. This is the only thing in my hand prior to any exams, minutes before the exams. I don't do last minute tips. I don't do reviewers. I don't do notes. The only thing in my hand is my caudal. minutes before the finals, minutes before the prelims, or an hour before the prelims. And on the day of the bar exams, I only have my codal. I don't have LMTs. I don't have any notes. I don't have any reviewers. I just have my codal. And all the notes that I need are already in my codal. And as a graphic person, I draw, I write on my codal. So for example, this picture, reformation of instruments. I drew a graphic that looks like a mafia. So mafia po yan sa mga hindi nakakaintindi ng art ko. So it's mafia because the grounds for reformation is mafia. For me, it's mistake, fraud, inequitable conduct, or accident. So other than that, so ito pa yung mga drawing ko sa codal, yan, insect, yung usufructuary, two obligations niya before entering, it's insect, inventory, security. So nag-drawing ko na insect, so intindihin niyo na lang yung drawing ko dyan sa 583. That is an insect. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm not an artist. I'm a law student. I was a law student. Okay, next. For example, here, presumption of death. If there's an absence of 7 years, then he is presumed dead under the civil code. So I took the site of the Grim Reaper as my trigger to remember that 7 years, after 7 years, there will be presumption of death, etc. So these are just some of the law school strategies that I will share to you. So yeah, codal is king, draw in your codal, have notes in your codal, okay? Next is, again, take notes, outline, make it graphic. So one of the indispensable tools during my review is my tablet, and also during my law student years is my tablet, since I take notes and I outline anything and I make it graphic. So for example, I have here with me my notes, my tablet notes. So when I listen to a lecture, I always take notes. I don't just listen. What the mind will forget, the pen can remember. So please always take notes. Bawal niyong sabihin, ay, ang simple naman ng discussion eh. So siguro matatandaan ko yun, or na-explain naman ng maigi ni ma'am, so matatandaan ko naman siguro yan. Please do not rely on your memory. Please take notes, no matter how simple you think the lesson is, or no matter how unforgettable the lecture is as presented by your professor. Please take notes. So for example, here are my notes during the lecture. So ayan, dinrawing ko pa, criminal case is suspended, arts. And then at the time the prosecution rests. So I'm a really graphic person, and the way to make it stick to my memory is outlining the lecture and having a graphic representation of the said flow or the requisites or the paragraph. Sometimes I break it down into a flow chart, etc. So here, for example, sa tax remedies, you actually need an outline for your brain to process it, because it's, tax is already hard. So you need to break the concepts into this. I don't use the summary of others or the reviewer of others, not because I don't trust them, but because I write my own notes, I do my own flow charts for me to retain the information, for me to understand the process better. So that's on my end. I always personally do my notes, my flow charts, my outlines, etc. So next, okay. So next is, okay, so that's the main strategies employed. And as for other strategies employed, there's the active recall, which is a self-test, or for example, during my bar review, I always answer bar exam questions and answers. I simulated the bar exam by answering bar exam questions every Sunday for 4 hours in the morning and 4 hours in the afternoon. So when the bar exam came, although our schedule was a bit different since it's only 2 days, which is a deviation from the general rule that the bar exam is a month-long exam. During our time, it's only 2 days, but it helped me to think that this is just another day. I've been doing this for weeks. I've been doing this for a lot of Sundays. I've been answering bar exam questions for 8 hours. So at the time the bar exam came, it's just another day. So I simulated the bar exam. I took bar exam questions and I answered bar exam questions. And then also the Pomodoro technique, since you cannot, to focus more on during your study sessions, you must take breaks. Well, for me, my Pomodoro technique is not the 50-10, but the 1 or 10 rule, which is you study for 1 hour and then you take a 10-minute break. That's what worked for me. So for, again, the Feynman technique, as explained a while ago, if you're obliged to explain a concept or a lesson to your fellow classmates, you will have an extra motivation to understand the concept. And if you actually explain it to others, it will stick to your brain. Okay? So this is for the retention of the said information. Okay. And also, of course, the most important tip that I will give you is you need to keep the faith. So in the UST Law Library, I have this study corner, which is in front of this image of Mama Mary. I always study in front of this, and I always go to the library early so that no one can take this place, which is in front of Mama Mary. It's actually not inside the library area. It's outside. It's in the photocopying area, but I study there because there's an image of Mama Mary. So sometimes it's not about ang dami kong inaral eh. As in, alam ko lang sa sarili ko na napagdasal ko tong recipe na to. Like for example, there's this one time that I did not read a single case in the case syllabus because I was focused on memorizing the revised penal code. I was focused on reading the book of Reyes, so I did not have the time to read the cases. So all of my classmates were asked about the cases in the case syllabus, except me. The only question to me during that time was, what are the stages of execution? When is there an attempt to commit a felony? When is it frustrated? When is it consummated? And also, for example, during my special commercial law class, again, I only read one case in our special commercial law class. And this is the time when our commercial law professor was actually angry at her class, since she noticed that none of us were reading cases. So she randomly called students to recite, and then I was called with respect to that one case that I have read out of the 100 cases in her case syllabus. So sometimes it's more of a of your prayers rather than being masipag. So the most important tip or strategy that I employed during my law school days is just keeping the faith. And I noticed that that in law school, it's not a test of brilliance, it's not a test of intelligence. It's more of a test of faith and a test of heart. Kasi hindi naman patalinuhan yan, hindi yan pagalingan. Pero kung sino ba talaga yung, at the end of the day, pag pagod ka na, ang meron ka lang ay iyong pananampalataya. Okay? I remember during my first year class, well, lahat naman nag-a-adjust. One of my classmates, he is so smart. But when he was called to recite, he did not even stand. He said that he will just miss this recitation instead of trying to answer, knowing that he will not, and knowing that he did not study anything for that subject. So he did not even stand during the recitation. And he said he will just forgo the recit, just fail me. He told our professor. And so the professor told him, oh, bakit ka susuko? Magiging abogado ka. Sinabi niya dun sa blockmate ko, bakit ka susuko? Magiging abogado ka. Yung abogado, kahit matatalo na sa kaso, nakatindig pa din. So that is the thing that was engraved in my memory during my first year, first sem of law school. So the thing is, you should always keep the faith, no matter how hard. Because again, law school, as you all know, is hard. So the thing that will make it easier is to have faith. Okay, so that is all for my talk. If you have questions, you can message me, or there is a form later, so, or just personally message me for anything. So I hope you will consider UST law to go to after your graduation as a legal management student. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Attorney Ramirez. Grabe, because of Attorney Ramirez's talk, mas lalong nag-ignite yung determination kong maging Tomasian law student. It makes me so lucky to be in this institute today. I really enjoyed getting the glimpse of the UST law culture and for sharing the advantages of studying law in UST. Again, thank you, Attorney Ramirez, for your wonderful and insightful discussion. Future Avocados, are you ready for our last but definitely not the least research speaker?
If you ask me, Ika, I am more than ready, kaya wag na nating patagalin pa. Our last speaker graduated from the UP College of Law and ranked first in the 2020-2021 bar examinations. She participated in various moot court competitions wherein she gained commendable experience and earned exemplary awards like ranking as the world champion in the 2019 international rounds of Monroe E. Price Media Law Moot Court Competition and ranking as the national champion in the 2017 Philippine National Rounds of Red Cross Moot Court Competition on International Humanitarian Law.
Prior to all of this, she graduated as magna cum laude and valedictorian last 2013 in UP Diliman and interned in CSIP Law, the Presidential Management Staff of the Office of the President, and in some civil society organizations. So without further ado, here to tell us more about her experience as an ISCA, Attorney 𝗙𝗢𝗥𝗡.
Hi everyone, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Attorney.
Can everyone see me and hear me?
Yes, Attorney.
Yes, Attorney.
Okay, I'm gonna share my screen. Let me know if you can see it. Sorry, I'm having trouble finding it.
It's okay po, Attorney. Take your time po.
It's not visible for me for some reason. It says unknown. Wait, let me try to exit the full screen. Ah, okay, it's in system preferences. Sorry, I apologize for that. Okay, I think it might be faster if I just send it to you. Is that still possible now if I give you the link and open it?
Yes, attorney, you may send it now.
Okay, who should I send it to? To Erica? Is that all right?
Sure po, attorney.
Can you check if you can open it? It's on Canva. Are you able to view it?
For a while po, attorney.
So guys, gising pa ba tayo dyan, mga future avocados? Can I get some heart reactions? Ayan, so gising pa tayo, guys. Let's wait lang for Attorney Chu. Attorney, could you accept the request
For?
to edit access for the Canva presentation?
Sure. Okay, I gave you access. Can you see it?
Attorney, the request for access is from 𝗙𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢.
Okay, can you give me the email address? I see one person requested access and approved it. I also sent it on Facebook if that's easier, to Josh. The PDF.
So guys, while we fix these technical difficulties, stretch lang kayo dyan while we wait for Attorney Chu's presentation.
Ang bilis. And ayan na nga. I hope that you guys stretch for a bit. And we now have the presentation. Attorney Chu, you may now proceed po with your talk. Thank you very much po for waiting.
Okay, thank you team for making it happen. Sorry about the technical difficulties. Can we go to the second slide? Okay, so let me tell you a little bit about myself before we start with the presentation. So as our host said, I'm a Maroon through and through. I graduated from the UP College of Law, but I also did my undergraduate degree in UP. So I studied public administration, and I hope this shows you that I've actually always wanted to do a government track. So I've always wanted to be a government lawyer. So we'll talk a little bit more about that. So if this is something that you're interested in, I think that UP is a great place to learn about law or to learn about public service. And it's a great way to jumpstart that kind of career. So I graduated valedictorian and magna cum laude when I was an undergrad. And at the UP College of Law, I was a Dean's Medalist and a member of the Order of the Purple Feather. So this is the honor society of the UP College of Law. So I also participated in several moot court competitions, the International Humanitarian Moot Law Competition, the Monroe E. Price Media Law Moot Court Competition, and so on. And interestingly, during the last year of my studies, I actually took a 1-year leave of absence because UP sent me to study in Malaga. So bit of a backstory, I used to work in Latin America before going to law school, and that's where I learned Spanish. So it was a really interesting way to tie my pre-law school experience to my law school experience, because I got to study in Spain on a full scholarship for 1 semester. Okay, can we go to the next slide? All right, okay. So I want to get to know the crowd a little bit. I know that you're all fourth-year students, fourth-year high school students, right? Fourth-year college students who are now applying for law school. So can I get a raise of hands if you want to study in the UP College of Law? Wow, okay, so I'm getting a lot of raised hands. Okay, so I know that, all right, okay, so a lot of hands. I do hope that you will try your luck at the UP College of Law, see if you can make it past the rigorous process. I think I'm in a peculiar position to tell you about this process because I actually did it twice. So right after I graduated from college, or actually in my 4th year, I took the 𝗙𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢 exam, the law aptitude exam. And at the same time, I was applying for a position for 𝗙𝗢𝗥 in Peru. So if you don't know 𝗙𝗢𝗥, it's a youth leadership organization. So I was applying for a role in Peru. And the day that I learned that I got accepted into the program in Peru was also the day I found out that it would be the last day. So I got accepted into the UP College of Law, but it was also the same day that I would have had to pay my reservation fee. And if you don't pay your reservation fee on the last day, you actually forfeit your slot in the College of Law. So for 24 hours, I was in emotional turmoil, deciding whether I should pursue my dream of becoming a lawyer, going to the UP College of Law, or if I should take this, what I thought was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to go to Peru. So I actually ended up going to Latin America, as I said. So I stayed there for 1.5 years. And that's a whole other story. But the point of that is that because I deferred the process, I had to come back and take the exam a second time. And I was absolutely terrified, guys, because I was thinking, I'm so stupid. I already passed it the first time. What are the chances I'm going to pass it a second time? And, you know, the first time I took the 𝗙𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢 exam, I was like, oh, this is easy. Like, for sure, I'll get in. But the second time I took it, it was extremely difficult because they change it every year. So I think there were about 30 questions that I shotgun. Like, I literally couldn't figure out the answer. So I just put C on everything. C is my go-to answer when I don't know the answer. So I'm not saying you should use that answer, but it worked for me. So I don't know, maybe it's a lucky letter. So I was really surprised actually when I passed it the second time. So hopefully this talk will help guide you through that process, since I ended up having to go through it twice. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so we'll talk about 3 things. First, what is the admission process to the UP College of Law? Second, how was my university experience? And what kind of experience can you have if you go to UP? And lastly, how is the bar exam preparation in general and in my experience? Next slide. Okay, so for the law aptitude exam, this is the main exam, the only exam rather that you have to pass. I don't have the dates for the next year, but it's always around the same time. So for last year, actually this year, it was on February 11, 2022 for this was rather the deadline for registration. And a month later, or on March 6, 2022, this is when they administered the law aptitude exam. Now, do note that the exam is now done virtually. I'm not sure if they will continue to do so virtually next year, but I think it is likely given that the bar exam is digital. So the law aptitude exam uses the same software that was used for the bar exam. And that's why there are actually 2 exams. There's a mock 𝗙𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢 and the 𝗙𝗢𝗢𝗢 proper. I don't think you really have to worry about the mock 𝗙𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢. It's just a way for you to familiarize yourself with the system. So in my experience, when I did the mock bar exams for the Supreme Court, I think we had to do 2 sets of mock bar exams. Honestly, I just wrote the same sentence over and over. I don't have the patience to sit through exams that are not going to have any bearing on my grade. So I took all the exams in 20 minutes and I didn't really care what I put there. Because for me, it was more important to learn what I needed to learn than to answer an exam that would not be graded and that would have no bearing on my becoming a lawyer or not. So, but again, everybody approaches this differently. Some people take it very seriously and use it as a practice exam. So you can also do that if that works for you. But I have the attention span of a goldfish, so I can't really sit through things like that. If you want to learn more about this, you can also look at this link. If you just Google UP College of Law, this will come out, but I will discuss some of the most salient points. Next slide, please. Okay, so the law aptitude exam covers 4 main categories. The first is communication skills. The second is reading comprehension and vocabulary. Third is critical thinking. And last is verbal and quantitative reasoning. Now, for me, if I recall correctly, it was the critical thinking that I had a really difficult time with. I think this is the one that had shapes that were moving. I have very poor spatial reasoning. So you know those like origami where they make you like fold stuff so you know what kind of object it creates. I can't visualize things like that. So I had a really hard time. So play to your strengths. You can take a review course for the law aptitude exam. What I actually did was the first time I took the 𝗙𝗧𝗧𝗏, I enrolled in a review center. I don't know if the same review center is still alive, but they give out these reviewers. And the second time I took it, I didn't enroll anymore and I just used the same reviewers. So those kinds of reviewers are actually readily available if you have friends who've taken the bar exam. If you have friends who've taken the law aptitude exam, you can ask them for a copy of their 𝗙𝗧𝗧𝗏 reviewer so that you don't need to spend on that. I think it's a relatively simple exam because it focuses mostly on your ability to spot issues, to communicate well, to articulate yourself. So those are the things that you want to be able to show in your exam. Okay, next slide. So who can take the 𝗙𝗧𝗏𝗏? So generally, an applicant must have finished or must be finishing a 4-year bachelor's degree. So if you're in your 4th year of university, then you can definitely take the 𝗙𝗧𝗏𝗏. There is a particular rule for the UP College of Law, which states that you have to have a major in either political science, philosophy, English, economics, or history. But as you know, as I said earlier, I'm actually a graduate of public administration. So next slide, please. So by raise of hands, can I see who here is not a Pol Sci, Philo, English, Econ, or History major? Okay, there's quite a number of you. All right. So just to assuage your fears, that's actually fine, even if you're not a graduate of Pol Sci, Philo, English, Econ, or History. I've had classmates who are chemistry majors, biology majors. I have had classmates who were policemen or doctors even. And that's fine. So if you go to the next slide, there are just a few more requirements that you have to comply with if you're not a major in any of these fields. Can you go to the next slide, please? Okay, so like me, because I wasn't a graduate of any of those majors, I was a public administration major, you have to complete these units. So if you haven't completed these units yet, you should try to take a look at your curriculum and see if you can still meet that before you graduate. You need to have 12 units of English, 9 units of history or economics, 9 units of philosophy, pol sci, psych, or sociology, and 3 units of a result course. So the most difficult one to comply with would be the English. I only had 9 units of English. So if you're on your, I don't know if you're in your last semester, but if you have no more English units for you to take, that's also okay. So this happened to me because I was mistakenly told that my thesis would be counted as an English course, and I had like 4 units for my thesis. But for some reason or another, UP College of Law did not credit my UP thesis as an English course, even if my thesis was in English. So I had an extra 3 units to make up. So what ends up happening if you're not able to comply with these units is that you need to take summer classes to complete the number of units required. So they don't allow you to take this during the semester. I tried. They're very strict about it, and understandably so, because the workload during the semester is quite heavy. So for one summer, I had to take an English course. I also had another classmate who studied in the University of Edinburgh for college. So oddly enough, none of his courses were credited, even though it's an English-speaking country, which is so ludicrous for me. So for every summer, he had to take these English classes, history and economics. He had to take all these random courses while he was in law school. So it is still possible for you if that is a worry. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so registration requirements, you have to register and apply online. You need to submit proof of graduation or proof of your senior standing in a bachelor's degree course. You need to submit an ID picture 2x2 with a white background and proof of payment of your testing fee. Now, the university may ask for additional requirements, but these are the basic requirements that you need to submit online. So remember, the deadline this past year was in February. So make sure that you start preparing your documents by January in case they release the applications for registration early. Next slide. Okay, what is proof of graduation or proof of senior standing? If you are a holder of a bachelor degree, then you need your official transcript of records. So I suggest you start early. If you studied in the UP College of Law, if you studied in UP, this is a process that takes a very long time. I don't know if your universities are more efficient. I hope for your sake it is, but try to get a copy of that as soon as possible. And second, get your general weighted average as computed and certified by your school registrar. Okay, next slide. Next slide, please. If you're a senior, then you need to present a certificate from the school registrar that you are a candidate for graduation for the current school year. Second, you need to get your latest official transcript of records. So of course, this won't be complete yet, but up until the semester where you have grades, that's sufficient. You also need to submit your general weighted average or your 𝗙𝗎𝗢. And lastly, a copy of the curriculum of the course that you are taking in your university. Okay, next slide. So question, can I defer admission? If I pass, can I take it up next year instead? So no, you cannot. If you get admitted into the UP College of Law, as I said, there is a period to reserve your slot. Usually what happens is there is a list of qualified applicants. If you don't reserve your slot, they go to the waiting list. So your slot will be forfeited in favor of the waiting list. And you will have to take 𝗙𝗧𝗪𝗢 again, like how I did. Next slide. Okay, also please note there are grounds for disqualification, even if you pass 𝗙𝗪𝗧𝗪𝗢. First is concealment, misrepresentation, or falsification of any material fact throughout the application process. So be very honest and be very meticulous with your answers. Second, intentional submission of incorrect documents, falsified documents, or non-submission of the required documents. Third, serious misconduct resulting in disciplinary action, such as suspension or expulsion, and at any time of the proceeding in any of the schools attended. Fourth is disqualification for academic reasons in this or in another law school, including probation status. So this is for those who are already enrolled in a different law school who want to transfer. So failure to disclose that would also be a ground for disqualification. And lastly, conviction of an offense involving moral turpitude. Okay, next slide rather. Okay, so how is the interview set up? During my time, there was the first list of applicants were not required to undergo an interview process. It was only for the waitlisted applicants where this interview process was required. But as I understand, in the last few years, they have reinstated the mandatory interview process for all applicants. So how does this look like? So I did a little bit of a survey amongst my friends who did the interview process with UP. And the common thread that I got from everyone is that it is a panel. It can be about 2 to 3 UP law professors. So there will be a table on one end with your panelists sitting and you will sit on a chair facing them. It's a kind of hot seat format. Now, from the people that I asked about this process, some were, I would say, severely traumatized, and another set found that it was okay and acceptable. Now, I think it depends what kind of mindset you have going on, and I would suggest, we'll go into the suggestions later, but you need to be prepared to articulate yourself well. you need to be prepared to be confident and clear. So the general questions that they ask are actually very simple questions, but people tend to flounder when they answer. So the first question that they normally ask is, why UP? Why do you want to go to the UP College of Law? Why not a different university? Second is, why do you want to go to law school? And the third is, what do you plan to do in the future? Now, these are general questions. They may have a lot of other follow-up questions depending on what you answer. And it also depends on the kind of professor that you get. Now, UP is known for having a lot of terror profs. That means that they are people who will test your logic. They don't accept vague answers or certain answers. So the way that you answer is just as important as the content of your answers. So next slide, please. So some tips that I've gathered based on my conversations with friends. The first is to speak clearly and confidently. So being unsure with your answer about why you want to go to law school, or being very hesitant about it, not articulating yourself well, would certainly be a demerit for you. Second, I would suggest that you, as soon as now, have clarity of mind and clarity of purpose. Why is it really that you want to go to law school? Is it because your parents said that you should go to law school? Is it because you think lawyers are rich? Is it because you want to help others? Is it because you want to become a corporate lawyer? Is it because you want to be a litigator or a prosecutor? What is it? You have to be precise. This kind of question is not something you should be thinking about when you're there. You should be thinking about it now, so that when you're there, you're ready to answer, and not that you're floundering with your purpose at that point in time. So try to think about it at an earlier point in time, so that when you come, you are more collected and you have more clarity when you speak. So third is articulate your thoughts well. Try not to use filler words like maybe, like that sounds very hesitant. So it's okay to pause. It's okay to gather your thoughts, but try as much as possible to come off like you were sure about what you were saying, because you're actually only talking about yourself and why they should accept you into the university. Fourth, I would suggest that you practice speaking. So I've learned in moot court that it is very helpful to hear yourself speak, to even watch yourself speak. So you can stand in front of a mirror and try to practice what it is that you want to say. And lastly, do prepare to be grilled. Across all the friends that I've asked, most of them agree that it was a very difficult interview process. I know that a lot of people come out of the room crying, not to scare you, but just to kind of prepare you that this is something that you may face. I think there's only one friend I have who said the interview process was fine, and that's because the professors that she got on her panel were friends of her parents. So she knew who they were, and I think they knew who she was. So they probably didn't give her maybe as hard a time as they would have other applicants. Okay, next slide. Okay, so how was my UP experience? Now that I've thoroughly scared you about the interview process. So I joined 4 organizations when I was in the UP College of Law. The first is the UP Law Debate and Moot Court Union. This is one of the happiest times in the College of Law, I would say. It's a very enriching experience. It's a very incredibly difficult experience because you have to juggle it with law school. So I joined only on my 3rd year, I think, of law school. So I joined the International Humanitarian Law Moot Court Competition. This is a moot court that deals with war crimes and crimes against humanity. So it's really exciting. We have role play activities where you dress in army fatigue. You can dress as UN personnel or medical personnel. And then, of course, we have the actual moot court proper. The national rounds will be here in the Philippines, and the regional or international rounds are in Hong Kong. And second, I joined the Monroe E. Price Media Law Moot Court Competition. This was also very interesting because it's about freedom of expression, freedom of the press. It tackles issues like privacy, fake news, disinformation, and things like that. So the national round, there's no national round for Price Media Law Moot Court Competition. There was a regional round in Beijing and an international round in Oxford. So if you want to travel while in law school, this is a great way to do that as well. But of course, it takes months and months of preparation and practice. But it's a lot of fun, especially if you want to become a litigation lawyer. This is, I would say, the training ground for that. This is where I learned how to speak, how to have clarity, how to look sure about your answers, even when you don't know what the hell it is you're saying. So second, I was also a member of the Order of the Purple Feather, which is the honor society. I understand they're more active now and they have activities. When I was in law school, we would just have a photo once a year. That was about it. Third, I also joined the UP Portia sorority. So this is a great way to network with other lawyers, to have a support system in the university, to be with other brilliant minds. And this is a completely law-based sorority. So it was great to be around women in law. And lastly, I was also part of a UP Bar Operations Commission. So it's the university bar ops. So I was usually in the academics team. So I was the one making reviewers for the bar candidates. Okay, next slide. So your UP experience doesn't have to be limited to those things that I joined. There are actually a myriad of organizations inside the UP College of Law. You have the UP Law Student Government. You also have the UP Law Electoral Commission, the Philippine Law Journal, the UP Paralegal Volunteers Organization, the UP National Union of People's Lawyers, UP Kakosa or Karapatan ng Komunidad sa Loob ng Selda, UP Law 𝗙𝗎𝗡, which is the choir, UP Motions, which was just recently revived, I think about 4 or 5 years ago, and lastly, the UP Law Christian Fellowship. Okay, next slide. Okay, so how is the culture and environment like in UP Law? Next slide. So I would say, sorry, can you go back to that previous slide? So I would say that Malcolm Hall, so there are 2 campuses now in UP. There's UP Diliman and there's UP BGC. I studied for 7 semesters in UP Diliman and I did 1 semester in BGC. So I can tell you a little bit about both. So for Diliman, I would say that it has a very regal atmosphere. It has these tall ceilings, very traditional looking classrooms. Can be a little bit scary as well. We have a moot court room, which is like a mini trial chamber. So there are a lot of lawyers walking about in the UP College of Law. And I would say that it's a pretty inspiring setting to study law. You also have access to all of the publications. As you know, rules and regulations have to be filed with ONAR in order for them to take effect. So this is your repository of all laws and regulations. So there's great access to legal information in the university. It's also nice to be able to walk around the academic oval when you're crying after class or just need to take a break. But it is also kind of a terrifying environment because the classes are so rigorous and the professors are so strict. Not all the professors, but I would say that most of the professors in the UP College of Law are still very traditional and adhere to this very stringent Socratic method that existed during their time. So it is a very stressful environment, but I would say that it has thoroughly prepared me to be a litigator in today's day and world, in today's in my law practice now. Okay, next slide. Okay, so what are the strategies for surviving in such a difficult environment? So first is to really dedicate your time to studying. There's really no secret to it. It's really the time that you put into it and the quality of the time that you put into it. Second is to find out what works best for you. In my first year of law school, I was mostly studying alone. Constitutional law is very heavy with readings. You have to read thousands and thousands of pages, and that's not an exaggeration. That is very accurate. And it's very difficult to get through all of that material. And I couldn't concentrate with other people talking, so I would mostly study by myself. Now, maybe around second year onwards, I started studying more with other people because it can be very isolating to go through so much material by yourself. And you feel very much like you're lagging behind or that it's impossible to get through. So having that moral support is very important. I also learned eventually to diversify the ways that I would study. So I started making recordings of provisions of what I was learning. I would sit with a friend and discuss cases. So every morning before recitation, I would practice recitation with another friend in order to ensure that I would be able to articulate myself clearly in class. So make sure also to surround yourself with good people, people who will encourage you, people who will commiserate with you and help you through. Law school is a community, so it's not something that you can really get through by yourself. Fourth, learn how to develop good habits early on. For me, the Pomodoro method worked very well, as well as taking notes. I'll show you a bit of my notes as we go along. Fifth, pace yourself, because it is a 4-year-long or 5-year-long journey. And if you're puyat every night, if you are not fueling your body correctly, if you're not exercising, if you're not sleeping, you're gonna burn out very quick. So the best advice that I received in law school was to sleep. So I am a very sleepy person. I was one of those people who was sleeping 8 to 10 hours a day. And it's just a way for me to clear my head, to be able to kind of organize information in my head when I'm able to get a good night's rest. Okay, next slide. So as for strategies on how to take notes, this is how my notes look like. So generally you get a syllabus for the class, and I would take notes for each case or each provision that I'm studying. This is important in order for you to have an easier time going back to the material, because you will not be able to go back to the full cases once you're done with them. So I would take notes in different colors. So I learned this the hard way, because one time in class, I would only use one color. And one time in class, I started reciting about a case, and I didn't realize that I was reciting the next case because it was all the same color. So the words that I was reading was for the next case, which is why I started color coding alternately. So I use always 3 colors so that I can skip, and I know when it's the next case. So I know I have to go from pink to blue to green, for example, or purple or red, or whatever color you want to use. Color is also a very good trigger for memory. So I would do this as well with flashcards. So every tool at your disposal to learn quickly, you should use. Next slide. Okay, I also use the Pomodoro method, and I like to use Forest. There were days, this is from my bar review days, but there were times when I would only study about 3 hours a day because I didn't have it in me to study any more than that. There were days I would study as much as 9 hours a day. And my total study time, if you can see it, for remedial law, it was 267 hours. For environmental law, sorry, there's no environmental law, commercial law, it's 236 hours, and so on and so forth. So this is a very good way to keep track of your time. My Pomodoro method would be 25 minutes of studying and 5 minutes break, because as I said, I have the attention span of a goldfish. Next slide. Okay, some core memories. So these are just photos of my law school friends. Okay, I'm not sure if that's okay. Should I stop? Okay. So some core memories in law school. These are my Price Law Moot Court teammates. This is our team in Beijing. Next slide. And this is my block and my sorority. So I would say a lot of my core memories would be from the people that I went through law school with. These are people you were in the trenches with. In fact, I'm going to a wedding of one of my blockmates later, so we have to end soon. Okay, next slide. Okay, bar exam preparation. So these are the things that the college can offer you. First, the support of the faculty and the UP Bar Operations Commission. So you have access to some of the best legal minds in the country. So it's nice to be able to ask your professors. I like to say, or not me, but like a lot of law students like to say that when we're taking the bar exam, we can hear the voices of our professors in our head. And that's actually very true. For a lot of the bar exam questions, I could hear my professors in my head. And I feel actually that a lot of the exams I took in the UP College of Law were more difficult than the actual bar exam itself. Second, you can also have the support of your sorority or your fraternity's bar operations. If you do decide to join a sorority or a fraternity, although of course there's no need to, you also still have the Bar Operations Commission to help you through the bar. Third, we also have the Bar Review Institute. They offer a discounted price for graduates of the UP College of Law. The price for outsiders, I think, is around 16,000 pesos and 500 for each mock bar. But if you are a graduate of the UP College of Law, then it is 4,000 pesos for the bar review, and the mock bars are all free. You also have access to pre-weeks and last-minute tips from UP itself. And if we trade with other universities, I think this is quite common across Manila universities. And of course, within the sororities and fraternities, we also exchange pre-weeks and last-minute tips. So this is a great, this is a big lifesaver actually in the days leading up to the bar. You also get free reviewers from the Bar Operations Commission. And of course, you get the resources of the UP College of Law, which is a lot. I understand before they were providing bar assistance, maybe internet, and so on. I had already signed with a law firm, with 𝗙𝗢𝗢𝗙𝗧𝗨𝗧𝗨, and I had bar allowance for my bar review process. Okay, next slide. Bar exam tips. So I think the previous speaker also mentioned this, that the best bar exam tip is for you to study well during law school and to use that same strategy that you had in law school in the bar exam. The bar exam is supposed to be a review for you. So you shouldn't be learning things for the first time. But to be honest, I did learn tax for the first time when I was doing the bar exam. I was not very good at tax. So that's all right. If that does happen to you, you can cross that bridge when you get there. You should pace yourself and try to keep studying as much as possible. Our batch ended up studying for 2 years because we ended up getting delayed because of the pandemic. Again, try to diversify your methods of studying and try not to compare yourself with others. This is the most difficult, I would say, because it's very easy to panic when you find out that, oh, this person did 3 readings. She's a monster, you know, like how can she go through so much? As a slow studier and as a sleepy person and as someone who has the attention span of a goldfish, I can tell you, don't be stressed that you can't get through the material quickly, because it took me forever to get through the material. But as you know, I actually ended up doing really well in the bar exams and also really well in law school. So it really depends on what kind of person you are. Try not to be resistant to what kind of person you are, but try to go with the flow of how that helps you, right? I like to sleep a lot, so sleep helps me. When I don't sleep before an exam, I do terrible. So whatever works for you. If you want to stay up all night, then be my guest. Next slide. So generally, when you answer the bar exams, you should directly say yes or no, provide your legal basis, apply to the facts, and give your conclusion. So this is my formula for every bar exam. Next slide. I think we're almost done. Okay, so this is my my table for preparing for the bar exam. On the left side, the second column, these are all the materials that I wanted to read, the number of pages, and the number of pages that I accomplished. So I had different plans. My best case scenario plan was to do 3 readings, which of course did not happen because it was impossible. The second plan was to do 2 readings. This is actually what I did. And you can also even do 1 reading. Some people did no readings and just watched lectures all throughout. So I did a plan this way to do some backwards planning in order to determine how many pages I need to complete every day and in what period of time. Next slide. So this is the calculation. So if I was to do 3 readings, I would have to finish remedial law, for example, in 6 days. If I did 2 readings, I could finish it in 7 days. If I do only 1 reading, oh, sorry, this is option A. That means that the first reading, I would have to finish remedial law in 12 days, second reading, 7 days, third reading, 6 days. If I do only 2 readings, I would have had to finish remedial law in 15 days and the second reading in 10 days. So this computation was made given the percentages of the bar exam. Remedial law is 20%, ethics is 5%. So we just did some basic math for that. Okay, next slide. And this was my bar exam experience. This was the last day of my bar exam. It was completely exhausting. You have to wake up at 3 or 4 in the morning. I think I woke up as late as possible because I'm a sleepy person and I needed to be mentally ready for the bar exam. So I got there maybe at 5 or 6. And I just stayed at my desk studying just right before the exam. And this is the very end. And that's my husband who picked me up after the exam. Any questions? Okay, so that brings me to the end of my talk. I hope that that was very informative. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Hearing Attorney Chu say that she has the attention span of a goldfish made me say that she's just like me. And seeing her pass the bar exam and become an attorney right now makes me feel like I can do it too. So once again, thank you, Attorney Chu, for sharing with us some tips and tricks that we can apply in our own lives.
may pag-asa pa ako. I am sure that our audience has a lot of questions that they want to ask our speaker. That's why at this juncture, we are opening the floor for any questions that you may have for Attorney Rase, Attorney Ramirez, and Attorney Chu. I am sure that our future avocados are eager to know more about the topics that were discussed earlier, right, Luis?
That's right, Ika. Kaya naman don't be shy, everyone, to ask your questions. Type them down in our Zoom chat box or you may utilize the raise hand to be acknowledged. Thank you.
Ayan, ang dami nga ng mga questions na na-receive natin. So for our first question, how and when were you able to know what type of lawyer you wanted to be? So anyone is free to answer the question first po. Again, the question is how or when were you able to know what type of lawyer you wanted to be?
I can go first. If you like.
Yes, Quater.
Okay. I don't think I've completely decided yet what kind of lawyer I want to be. You have time before you figure out what you want to specialize in. But I did have a leaning towards litigation, maybe from the movies or books that I was reading, or maybe because my parents would tell me I'm palaaway when I was growing up. So I always felt like, I can fight people in court. So, but it remains to be seen. So it's my first year of law practice. So we'll see. You don't have to decide right away.
Yeah. I'll follow. Actually, I echo what Attorney Julia has mentioned. For me, right now I'm kind of decided to do tax, but it only happened while I was already working. So around August this year, I took a 1 week break from work, and then I said, okay, these are there are some work emails, but then I observed that I didn't have to reply to all of them urgently because there's no one going to prison, which I think will be a problem when you're dealing with criminal cases, right? But so I think it will take time for you to figure that out and give yourself that time.
Well, for me, I decided to be a litigation lawyer because favorite ko yung criminal law. And I always wanted to be a fiscal, pero I think we need experience to qualify, to apply as a fiscal. So, because of this dream to be a fiscal, I decided to be a litigation lawyer.
Thank you very much for those questions po. And I can relate kasi palaaway din po ata ako, sabi ng mga parents ko. And for our next question, Luis, ano nga ba ang next question natin for this open forum?
So our next question came from Fervin Chavez. Hi, attorneys. Good afternoon. Please answer this question lightly depending on your experience in law school. What law school myths have you heard came out to be surprisingly true?
Okay, sige, I'll go first. So, if you watched Bar Boys, yung mga umiiyak, umiihe in class, yan, that's all true. Sadly, I wish I could tell you. Okay, I'm the first lawyer in my family, so no one emotionally prepared me for what I was gonna go through. And it was very shocking because I feel like in law school, you have no rights, even though we are learning to be lawyers who are supposed to defend people's rights, and yet we can't even speak out for ourselves. It's incredibly bad. I had a classmate who got her period in class, so she went to the bathroom and siningko siya for the day, which means you get a failing mark for the day. And she tried to explain, ma'am, I had to just put a napkin because I got my period. And she was like, you weren't here. And she got called twice pa. So she got 2 cincos for the day. So there's a lot of inconsiderate behavior. There's a lot of, I would say, bullying and terrorizing that goes on. Again, not from every professor, but it is very common and it was very stressful. I ended up actually gaining a lot of weight in law school because of that stress, that anxiety that you have. I remember telling a friend of mine that I realized that my fists were always clenched throughout law school, just fear of being called, of being humiliated in front of everyone. So it's this so yung wala ka nang mukhang ihaharap sa blockmates mo because you've just been I remember one professor who said that we are less than the dirt beneath his shoes. So we receive a lot of very painful words like that, and they say that it's supposed to teach you to develop a thick skin so that you can stand in front of a judge. And I guess that is true. I do have a thick skin now. I can hear those words and pretend it doesn't hurt me. But the truth is that, of course, it's very painful to go through all of that stuff. So you need to maybe prepare yourself emotionally for things like that.
Oh, same with Attorney Chu. One of my professors in law school will always say, in this place where you study justice, there is no justice. So don't expect, sometimes your professors will be unfair to you, but still, just remember your dream of becoming a lawyer and just push through it.
For me naman, the law school myth would be about retention, which turned out to be true. Well, the process for being admitted to the Ateneo Law is quite rigorous already. They only take in 300 a batch, but then when we graduate, so only half of that number usually graduates on time. So you can only imagine like being in a block, and then if that retention rate is applied to your block, right, it's kind of heartbreaking. But well, it is true. Kasi yung iba nga nag-withdraw, yung iba naman get expelled, but or yung iba na-delay. But well, it's just part of life also, na you have to also keep going even if you're kind of emotionally tired from the recits, or also losing your friends along the way who can't share the same journey as you do. But that's okay. I think going back to what Attorney Julia said, it's also part of the letting us develop our thick skin, I guess.
Yan, didn't we intern together?
Yeah, at CSIP.
Nice to see you again. Nag-graduate pala kami dito.
Thank you, attorneys, for that scare. Kidding. So moving on to the last question. Ika?
The last question is from Leonida Ching. Hi, attorneys. I am already 47 years old and my dream is to become a lawyer. Do you think I can still do it, or rather, can I still be a lawyer someday, or is it too late for me? Thank you for answering my question and God bless.
I can start. Kaya pa po yan. I actually have, well, as part of my student council responsibilities, it's part of our responsibility to help out also the working class, working students. Kasi nga, mahirap yung daily grind for Ateneo Law. It really requires the whole day. Aside from that, we also try to help out our mothers, or also those who entered law school late. But I can share you a success story. In Ateneo Law, we had one graduate. She actually is a grandmother already when she entered. But well, she's a lawyer now. So it just goes to show that anyone can be a lawyer as long as you have the heart and the mind, and you put everything, all the efforts that you can do it. Good luck po.
Attorney Chu, or okay. To answer the question, yes, according to Attorney Yen, meron na siyang senior po ba yun, Attorney Yen, na kaklase sa law school. Same din po, meron din po kami sa UST Law. Meron po kaming kaklaseng mga pare na as in during the mass, imbes the Bible yung nandun sa nasa harap nila, caudal, and they would think, the others would think na Bible pa rin, pero caudal talaga yung binabasa ni Father. So he's actually a senior citizen now when he entered law school, and he's really sharp, And nakakasabay naman siya sa discussion, sa classes, magaling siya mag-recite. So it's really not about the age, not about your personal circumstances. I think it's more on, again, holding on to your dream of becoming a lawyer. So anyone at any stage of his life, if he wants to push with this dream or his or her dream, he can still be a lawyer.
So I agree with the two attorneys. It is never too late to become a lawyer. And I think it's great that you still want to pursue that dream of yours. And I would actually argue that you are at an advantage being older than other law students who enter when they're fresh from college, because you have more experience in life. And I say that because I noticed that a lot of my professors were very frustrated that we couldn't apply any of the legal concepts to the real world rather. That, you know, we when we entered law school, maybe we didn't have enough experience to appreciate the nature of contracts or to appreciate how marriage looks like and why the law is the way that it is. So I think with your experience in life, maybe you would be able to add more color to discussions in class. You would be able to apply the law in a more realistic way, maybe. I think for a lot of young lawyers, it's still very theoretical. And I don't know why it is you want to become a lawyer, but I think that it's never too late to pursue a dream, and you should do it as soon as you can.
Thank you very much for those inspiring answers. Unfortunately, due to the time constraints, that is all we have for our open forum segment. Once again, we would like to thank Attorney Race, Attorney Ramirez, and Attorney Chu for answering our questions and gracing us with their knowledge and experiences in our event today.
At this point, may we call on Mr. Josh Enrique Moncayo, the UST Legal Management Society's Vice President for Students' Rights and Affairs and Project Head for the awarding of the certificates.
Good afternoon, everyone. So we would like to present these certificates to Attorney Arian Race, Attorney Edria Ramirez, and Attorney Julia Chu, given on this day, 19th of November 2022, signed by Marie 𝗙𝗢𝗎𝗄𝗎, Project Head and Secretary, by Eunice Lopez, Project Head and Board Member, and by yours truly, Josh Moncayo, Project Head and Vice President for Students' Rights and Affairs, as well as by Bianca Susi, the President and CEO of the Society, and by Assistant Prof. Elaine Jo Marie Santos, CPA, PhD, Program Coordinator of the UST Legal Management Society. Thank you so much po, attorneys.
Thank you. Thank you, UST LMSOP and all the attendees.
Thank you, Josh. Thank you, LMSOP.
Thank you very much, po, attorneys. As we move on to the next segment of our program today, can we first see some heart reactions from our future abogados? Energy check lang po tayo, guys. Yes.
Ayan, Ika, I can see a lot of heart reactions from our future abogados.
Andyan pa sila, Luis.
So before we finish our event, syempre hindi namin kami papayag na umalis na hindi ulit nananalo. Mukhang mataas pa ang ating energy, so to keep the momentum in place, let's have a short raffle draw.
Tama ka dyan, Luis. Ika nga, save the best for last because for our raffle draw prize, it is actually sponsored by Central Books, one of the most established publishers and distributors of law books and other professional books in the Philippines.
Nako, sino bang future avocadong hindi alam ang Central Books? I think most of us have already bought personalized law books from their Ika. So going back, our raffle draw prize is entitled The Cautious Legal Writer, written by prosecutor Ramon Mendoza and Nadine Mendoza, who is in fact one of the excellent ones. She is from 3LM1, and I believe that this book will surely help our aspiring abogados in their journey as a law student.
Last October 23, the Legal Management Society posted a question in their social media pages wherein our participants can share their answers. The organizers asked, why do we need more lawyers? From there, the organizing committee were able to choose inspiring and avocadorable answers from our participants. So sa mga nakapag-comment ng entries nila, you guys now have an entry sa ating raffle draw which will be decided through Spin the Wheel. Prod team, can we share our wheel of entries?
Ayan, habang hinihintay natin yung wheel of entries natin, nakapagsagot ka ba, Luis?
Ika, unfortunately, hindi. Pero I'm sure madami tayong mga future avocados ang nakapagsagot dito. So for our raffle draw winner, we have...
Drum roll. Drum roll. Sino kaya ang mananalo ng ating raffle?
Calling on 𝗙𝗢𝗥𝗨𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗙. Are you here in the Zoom meeting? Please raise your hand if you're here.
So guys, to claim the prize, you should be in the Zoom meeting. Ayan. Calling makes Rachember C. Credo. Are you here po? Okay, we will count 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. At mukhang wala po si Mix Credo. So we will draw another winner, di ba, Luis? And may chance pa ulit yung ating ibang participants na manalo ng ating raffle.
Ayan, may winner na tayo, Ika. At 𝗙𝗙𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢 on Twitter. Are you here in our Zoom meeting? Please raise your hand. At 𝗙𝗙𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢 on Twitter. Please raise your hand so you could receive your prize. Naku, mukhang wala din sila, Ika. 5.
Muna natin.
3, 2, and 1. Naku, mukha we have to roll the wheel again.
Ayan, another draw na naman. At sino na nga ang ating lucky participant? Sana nandito siya sa Zoom.
We have a winner at it's Austin Solidum on IG. Are you here? Yes, he's here.
Congratulations once again to It's Austin Solidum for winning our raffle draw. Kindly send a direct message to the UST Legal Management Society Treasurer, Ms. 𝗙𝗢𝗪𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗙 Joyce prizes. Thank you and congratulations!
Time flies by so quickly as we now reach of today's event. We are truly grateful for the opportunity to hear firsthand from our remarkable speakers.
To formally close our event for today, let us watch the pre-recorded video prepared by one and only Attorney Chair Alcantara for her closing remarks.
Good morning, future Tomasan, Panieros y Panieras. I hope that you are able to learn a lot of things here and you'll be able to apply it in the future. My advice to future lawyers are 3 things. Number 1, be committed to the study of law. If you are committed to the study of law, you'll exert all efforts and you'll even enjoy learning new things. Be passionate. Like what Elwood said, it is passion that will define you and will identify what kind of lawyer you will be in the future. Third, and the most important, be kind and humble. It is with humility that you'll accept that you do not know everything. And with that, you'll allow new learnings, even in life. As lawyers, we help in the administration of justice and understand that nothing worth having is easy. So we accept that there will be challenges and failures that will come. It does not mean that you are less of a person or you are not great. Just know that what's important is how you will overcome such failures and challenges. You are more than being a lawyer in the future. Always know that. If you go back to these three things, commitment, passion, kindness, and humility, then you will live a purposeful life. Congratulations to all of you, and I hope to see you all in the future as lawyers, or at least as colleagues in the legal profession. Have a great day.
We would like to express our appreciation to Attorney 𝗙𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢 for her wonderful message. Just a quick reminder, do not leave the Zoom meeting yet, as we will have our photo opportunity, as well as the evaluation form so that you could receive your certificate of participation later on.
And with that, we would like to call on Miss 𝗦𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢𝗢, UST Legal Management Society Secretary and Project Head, to lead us with a closing prayer.
Let us all settle down for our closing prayer, to be followed by the singing of the UST hymn.
Let us put ourselves in the presence of the Lord, in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Heavenly Father, we thank you for making this day successful. As we formally close this event, Lord, we ask you to be with us. May your angels go before us and clear the way as we pursue our dreams in the field of law and bring those who we serve closer to you. All these we ask in the sweetest name of Jesus, our Lord and Savior. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit.
It was indeed a very fruitful afternoon for us all. It's really unfortunate that our event is coming to a close, but I've certainly learned that as an aspiring lawyer and as a pre-law student, I should always remember the reason why I chose to journey this path, and mahalaga ang mga support system na kailangan natin this time.
Same here, Ika. I have learned so much, but truly that our path in the law field will be difficult, but as long as we remember our why, it will all be worth it.
Tama ka dyan, Luis. Before we truly end this event, we would like to acknowledge our dear partners for this event.
Once again, there will be a photo up. May we remind everyone that there will be a photo opportunity and evaluation forms will be sent at the end of the program.
Honorian Junior Law Circle. Future Avocados. The Law School Forum 2022 is in collaboration with Bicol University Political Science Club, Carolinian Political Science Society, CLSU Psychology Student Council, DHVSU Lex Honors the Honorian Junior Law Circle, FSUU Political Science and Economic Society, Junior Philippine Institute of Accountants and Auditors United, Junior Political Economists Guild, PUP, Legal Management Institute of Ateneo de Naga Students, Letran Legal Management Society, PLMUN Political Science Society, Psychology Society of Emilio Aguinaldo College, Manila, Political Science Parliament, the Polytechnic University of the Philippines Pre-Law Society, UST Makati Circle, and WMSU Political Science Society. In partnership with FCU Polites, LPU Lex, UE Political Science Society, UST Asian Studies Society, and UST Behavioral Science Society. Special thanks to FEU Political Science Society, Junior Bed and Law Circle, Alabang, Juris Orbis, Pragmaticus, and SLU Political Science Academic Society. Sponsored by Central Books. Future Avocados. The Law School Forum 2022 is in collaboration with Bicol University Political Science Club, Carolinian Political Science.
And that's a wrap, Future Avocados. Our event may be ending now, but I know that everything we've learned today will always be with us in the years to come. Once again, I am Luis Rodrigo, ang fresh like avocado na pangarap maging abogado ng USC Legal Management Society.
And I am Ika Bayani, ang social butterfly cutie ng UST Legal Management Society. And this has been Future Avocados, the Law School Forum 2022.
Before everyone leaves the Zoom meeting, we would like to request and encourage everybody to open their cameras for a quick photo opportunity. Again, we are encouraging everyone to open their cameras for a quick photo opportunity.
May we call on Ms. Diane Aquino from the Documentation Committee to facilitate our photo opportunity. By agreeing, you are giving the Executive Committee the consent to publish these photos and screenshots online for documentary purposes through the official UST Legal Management Society social media accounts.
Just a reminder, there will be evaluation forms at the end of the photo opportunity. Guys, open nyo na yung camera nyo.
We would like to encourage everyone for photo opportunity po. Yes. And we are with our speakers pa. So it's a great time for a photo opportunity, guys. So open nyo na yung mga cameras nyo.
Photo opportunity in 3, 2, 1. Next panel po. 3, 2, 1. Fourth panel po. 3, 2, 1. Fifth panel po. 3, 2, 1. Open your cameras po. Sixth panel. 3, 2, 1. Seventh panel, 3, 2, 1. Eighth panel po, 3, 2, 1.
Pasabi, biruin mo ng ilang pose.
Panel 9 po, 3, 2, 1. Open your cameras po. Panel 10, 3, 2, 1. 3 more panels po. Wait lang po ha. Panel 11, 3, 2, 1. 2 more panels po. 3, 2, 1. Last panel po. 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much po.
We would like to remind our excellent ones, esteemed guests, future avocados, and partner organizations to kindly fill out the evaluations forms provided. The link has already been sent through our Zoom chat box. The evaluation form is necessary to receive your certificate of participation.
Again, kindly fill out the evaluation forms and the timeout forms provided. You may scan the QR code flashed on the screen to access the Google Forms for the evaluation.
Thank you so much for being with us today in the Law School Forum 2022, guys. Thank you.
Guys, please fill out the evaluation because no evaluation, no certificate of participation. If you're done answering the evaluation forms, you may leave the meeting already. Thank you, everyone.